Hello everyone and welcome to Nottingham and the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour. We have the final table of the £1 million guaranteed main event for you to watch live. Every single hand, cards up as they play down to a champion who will receive the better part of £202,000. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And suffice to say, this is the biggest UKIPT of the year by some margin. 1,282 total entries. So a prize pool that far exceeds the guarantee of £1 million. The final 9 all guaranteed at least £18,780 with more than 200k up top. And at this point, we'd like to highlight that we are coming to you live from the home of UK poker, Dusk till dawn. And huge thanks to Rob, Nick, Glenn, Derek, and the rest of the team here at DTD for facilitating this stream and allowing us to bring you live action from this 1K main event here in Nottingham.
I'm very excited, James. As you said, it's a huge event. I mean, you know, this is smashing the guarantee, in my opinion. And 200k up top for a 1K event. I mean, who's not excited about that?
So action is underway. We are picking up the action with about 40 minutes left on the clock at the 60k, 120k blind level. They came back for the final day of this tournament with 21 players. They have played down to the final 9, and now we pick up the action at the FT. We'll introduce the players as we see them on screen, but there are 3 people I'd like to highlight, Nick. Chris Brammer is a UK circuit reg. He is an online crusher. I think Chris Brammer is a name very well known in the poker world, not just in the UK, but internationally. We also have 2 players, one of them on screen right now, Philip Joyce and Arian Kashani, 2 UK pros who went deep in the recent EPT Cyprus main event, who interestingly went out in 12th and 11th place respectively in Cyprus just a month ago.
Some guys have all the luck, James. Honestly, it's really cool to see these guys making an appearance here in Nottingham. But I mean, it seems like only just a few weeks ago. Oh, wait, it was only just a few weeks ago we were in Cyprus. And of course, it's very cool to have these guys now representing over here in the UK.
So it's Philip Joyce who's opened here with ace 10, making it 250k to go, called by Michael Casson with 10s. And action is now on Parminder Kandola in the big blind. He is going to fold the 7-5, and that means we are going to go heads up to the first flop of the final table. That flop is ace, king, jack, advantage, Joyce. And now both players turn Broadway.
Absolutely. Looks like opportunities have arrived and confirmed. Going to be 50-50 here. Bill checks it over, perhaps for a little bit of deception. At this stage, probably very certain they have the best hand. Not only that, but also probably hand they're trying to get value from, not expecting the 10s from Michael. Does decide to fire.
225,000. There is the call from Philip Joyce. So we've got 1.25 million in the middle, but we know what's going to happen. You are going to be treated to a performance of everyone's favorite meme.
And with that river, still the nuts, traps it over. Broadway is still the best hands for both players. And at this point, how do we extract max value? When you got 10s, James, you really believe that there's a good shot that your opponent's not going to have the very same hand.
Absolutely, because you've got 2 blockers. But as our friend and colleague Joe Stapleton is always reminding us, blockers, they are not real.
They are not real, that's correct. So what's the size here? 1.2 million. 5 in fact. And it goes for the 440. I kind of understand this sort of size down, James. It really feels like there's just a very small chance of getting called here when there's such an obvious one card straight out there. But also, from +2, your opponent's going to have plenty of 2 pairs that still want to call. So this seems perfectly sized to try and get some crying calls from King, Queen, Ace, King, Ace, Queen, Ace, Jack, all the combos that you might see opening from +2 in this situation. We are, of course, joined or rejoining the action here at 9. And that means that ranges need to be adjusted for the larger table sizes. Obviously, as we get fewer players at the table, we will have an increase in the number of hands we're allowed to play with fewer players being at the table. Of course, the expected check raise, though.
I just can't believe how long this hand is going to take when we all know how it's going to end.
Somebody tell these guys. This is such a funny one, James. It's like, by the time the action goes the way we're about to see it, I guess both players are pretty resigned to the fact they both have the same hand, but
yeah, and I'm sure that everyone spotted already that there is no shot clock on the table. There are no time bank cards. The shot clock not used in 1K buy and PokerStars events.
.6. 60 raised to 1.6.
At some point, Joyce is going to realize, well, my opponent must have one of the other 10s. All in and a call, yeah, and they are going to divide this pot equally because it's a chop pot. And Nick, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot!
It's hard enough too, but
little grins there, James. At that point, I think 2 players at a final table like this, they know what's up. They know what's going on. In any case, what a way to kick off our stream, guys. 10 out of 10s all round.
I think you've wasted enough, mate.
I didn't. What do you mean? I could have bluffed.
I could take your time.
No, I went all in straight.
So highlighting there, as we look at the chip counts, that Arian Kashani actually has about a third of the chips in play at this 9-handed final table, 11.4 million.
No, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to say.
It's exciting stuff, James. All these guys going to be chuffed, they say here in the UK, to have made a final table like this with so many entrants. Cannot impress upon you guys enough. The size of this field, absolutely ginormous. And the number of days required to actually get that many players in a building as big as this as well to fill it out was impressive.
Yeah, 4 starting flights, and as we highlighted, 1,282 total entries. Would have been 1,280 if Nick and I hadn't fired at this thing. Sadly, we did not progress beyond day 1C.
That's right. And just to give you guys a scope of what we're talking about, if you guys have never seen Dusk Till Dawn, it's a huge venue anyway, probably the biggest card room I think I've ever been in. And the entirety of the building was packed out on Saturday, and that was just one single flight with alternates still on the list. Pretty incredible stuff. All right, action back underway.
Yeah, and it's going to be molded to Michael Casson. He is out. Brammer has passed. Yannik Seabrook folds the King 10. Here is the chip leader, Arian Kashani. Very close to making the final table of that EPT Cyprus main event last month. So action on Justin Tsui. He's on the button with King 7 suited. And that is a raise to 250,000. And we come around to Nathan Slater in the big blind with King 5 off.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
At this stage in the tournament, guys, you know, we need to be a little bit tighter with the way that we defend. There is coverage here. Nathan might consider using this as a 3-bet candidate once in a while, too.
Maybe it has changed. I don't know. I don't know.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that fully. No, I think
A cheeky re-raise from Nathan.
I love this. I think this is good poker, and it's a good candidate to sneak in there. You know, suited king 5 suited is also a hand that we might just be flatting with. Sometimes we'll 3-bet that too. But the ICM implications on Justin stack are very interesting, and it's going to force him to fold a lot to aggressive action in these situations. We do see the fold. Nicely executed, and shows good table awareness and stack awareness there from Nathan.
no, just a bottle, thank you. Yes, please.
Nathan Slater with a stack of 5.5 million. So Nathan officially second in chips right now, but Arian Kashani has got him by a 2-1 margin. That is a decent chip lead to have coming into a final table, but we've seen several times chip leaders don't always hold on to that advantage. Obviously, it happened to Yannik in Prague last year. It also happened to the eventual Cyprus winner, Oliver Weiss. He got there in an unconventional way, came in as massive chip leader, but lost that advantage. At one point was the second lowest stack, but then managed to grind it back up.
That's right. You know who had a great chip lead and didn't give it up a single time recently?
Nick Marchington.
Nick Marchington. That was a guy that came in like a wrecking ball.
Yes, Nick Marchington repping the UK in the NAPT Las Vegas main event. Congratulations once again to him. And now we find ourselves on the UK poker circuit. Many UK regs here in Nottingham this week. Many PokerStars ambassadors, but also some genuine legends of UK poker and players you don't often see on the circuit these days. People like Carlos Atroni, Ross Boatman, the other Boatman, the more famous Boatman. Plus Tony TK Kendall, Julian Yo-Yo Thu, lots of other people with silly nicknames from the early 2000s.
We need more silly nicknames. I think we should bring back the silly nicknames. Yeah, watching the two Boatmans out and about town though, honestly, so funny. They look so similar, and they've got such a quick wit between them. Got great stories too.
Well, let's strap in for the sickest and classicest of races here, because we've had the raise from Michael Casson with Ace King. Nathan Slater is in the small blind with Queens. The forecast today is for snow, and Nathan Slater is ready for it. It's not a joke, by the way. It's freezing cold here in Nottingham, and we are expecting to be snowed in.
And I'm assuming we're going to see some aggression here. But, you know, on the final table as well, a flat here is not completely ridiculous. There's the 3-bet, 810,000. Michael did start this hand on the shallower side. Nathan significantly covering. I think this might end up being one of the sickest and most classicest of all races. I played a hand like this in the main event, James.
There is the shove from Michael Casson. Quick call from Nathan Slater. And here we go. The sickest, the classicest of all races. Ace King against Queens.
Now, what can you do?
Oh, an ace and a king on that. Oh,
never
I thought
mind.
that was the flop. Blimey, I was like, that is not what Nathan wants to see, but actually the cards were being positioned.
Pump fake.
Fake race alert. Don't see that very often.
Let's try that again.
Well, it was not a premonition. It's a 9-7 deuce flop, and Queens now a huge statistical favorite. 4-1 favorite. Turn card is clean, and that means Michael Casson is going to need to hit an ace or a king on the river. He is the at-risk player here, and there's Barry Greenstein, the ace of clubs. That will save Michael Casson from from an early elimination from this final table. He gets the full double up, and he is now second in chips to Arian Kashani.
Michael is going to love that. Look at that stack now, 6 million chippies. And of course, James, when we're talking about big flips for big equity, it doesn't get much bigger than this. Serious swing in equity and overall value in those chips at this stage. Very, very exciting for this individual. Nathan, not eliminated, still a very playable stack. So let's keep an eye on that individual, see if he can play out of this one.
Having had that frustrating hand at the start of the final table where turns the nuts, thinks he's impregnable, and turns out he's chopping against Phil Joyce, at least Michael Casson can now capitalize on this big holding.
Pretty brutal run out there. Got to be feeling somewhat disappointed. That would have been a great way to kick off our FT. But of course, what are you going to do? Sickest and classicist.
So still nine-handed at this final table. And a reminder of the prize money on offer, £18,780 for the next player out. Six-figure score for the runner-up, 126 grand, more than 200 grand, the single biggest slice of the £1.2 million prize pool for the winner, plus this year's UKIPT Nottingham main event trophy.
It's a good looking stack there. Got to be feeling good about his chances now as we continue the action.
And it will be Michael Casson, who we just saw get the double up, who's first to act here. Pocket nines. Hasn't had a chance to finish stacking his chips yet. Well, some of them are going across the line. He will open here. We are at the 6120 blind level, so his open is to 240,000. Chris Brammer is out. Yannik Seabrook folds tray deuce. Chip leader, Arian Kashani.
Arian wearing his signature AK hat and matching shirt, which we saw in Cyprus.
Folded around to the button. Nathan Slater. He passes. That's a fold from Daniel Rudd in the small blind. Philip Joyce in the big blind has Jack 5 of hearts.
Deciding if he wants to get involved here. Very defendable hand, James. But definitely no shame in keeping it snug on an FT like this with so many very significant pay jumps to come. Does decide to give it up there. Michael on a bit of a tear now after winning that flip.
Yeah, raise and take it for him. Michael Casson, the second biggest stack at the table, but still some distance between him and chip leader Arian Kashani. He did indeed start this final table with a third of the chips in play. Action. Folded. To Nathan Slater, 9-4 suited.
Yep, coming fresh off that flip. No, did not find the double in that circumstance. We're just going to find the fold here quite often. And Daniel ace deuce of spades. This is very playable. 2.5 million, just around the 20 big blind mark. Nice spot for Phil to wake up with ace king, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So Daniel Rudd, the shortest stack coming into this final table, has opened the button with the small suited ace, but is going to be hearing from Phil Joyce, who has him dominated with ace-king.
Interesting spot here. I think there is the opportunity just to jam the effective stack here, about 20 big blinds. I'm not sure if with the dynamic of there being a larger stack behind, if we want to open the door with a 3-bet non-all-in, but we definitely want to put more chips in here in this situation. Seems pretty obvious. Might just be a really chunky one, make a statement. So the initial open here was to 240. And the 3-bet is to 800K. Yeah, nice and chunky. I like this.
Well, I really hope for Daniel Rudd's sake, he doesn't just think this is the small blind playing back at him.
Yeah, we are definitely looking at a combination that might be inserted into a 4-betting range here. Phil, like having a non-3-bet, a non-all-in 3-bet, excuse me, here, obviously does open the door for some mistakes to be made from hands like ace-5 suited. That's a very common sort of 4-bet jam combo. There's a lot of other dynamics at play, though. It's not enough just to simplify and say that, you know, oh, if they have those hands, they must bust or they will bust every time. Let's see how Daniel feels about it. These sort of suited wheel aces do get a little bit spicy sometimes if we're looking at solvers. All in.
Oh no, he steps in it. Daniel Rudd jams the ace deuce, has walked into the ace king of Phil Joyce. It is a domination situation, and there is a 72% chance that we lose Daniel Rudd in 9th place.
Yeah, pretty good spot for the AK. Now they just need to hold. It's that easy.
Flop, 7-6-3, ace king high is holding, and Daniel Rudd is going to need to hit a deuce. Does pick up additional outs on the turn. Deuces and fours now working for him. But he's down to 10%, down to 4 outs, does not hit on the river, and we lose Daniel Rudd from the UKIPT Nottingham main event in 9th place. He was the short stack coming into the FT, but he cashes for £18,780, taking us down to the final 8 players, the official final table of this tournament. And those 8 players have all locked up 24.5 grand.
Yeah, really nice spot there. Definitely appreciate the heart from the ace deuce of spades there. Like I said, James, so many times these sort of suited wheel aces need to be played as a 4-bet, especially if you respect your opponent. It's an interesting dynamic, you know, against a less experienced player. You just assume that you are probably just going to be beat there too often. So unfortunately, that will be the elimination for Rudd, and we move on with the official final 8.
East side, west side, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I was there with that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't want to be involved.
No.
The leader's gone.
Were you 15 points deep? Yeah. It's all that needs to be said. Yeah, what a hero.
So not only were the day 1 flights very long as everyone played into the money, so each flight played to 15% of the field. Day 2, yesterday was a long day. They played 11 full 1-hour levels plus breaks. And today, we did not get down to the final table last night, so they came back today with 21 players. I have to say, they did get down to 9 quicker than some of us estimated. Thought maybe we'd hit 9 players at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. local time, much earlier than that. And here we are, already at 8 players.
Yeah, it's vaguely reminiscent of IPO 2 years ago, James. The first time we were working alongside Paddy Power to the sort of Paddy Power at PokerStars. Just
to be clear, you're talking about the Irish Open. The IPO is a different event.
Sorry, the Irish Open, excuse me. Yes, of course. Victim of our own success, as per usual, having huge fields, having to put in extra levels, you know, to try and get through the days. And that's what we're seeing here in Nottingham as well.
So it is Phil Joyce who's opened here with 8-7 of hearts. King Queen for Michael Casson. Button raise from Joyce is 250,000. Hasson's in the small blind.
He's going to find a 3-bet. The tenacity here from Michael, loving it. Phil has one of those pretty hands, though, James. It's one of those combos that can definitely potentially go to the street.
Yeah, and bear in mind that Joyce is newly enriched after busting Daniel Rudd. These are two very similar stacks, and is arguably deep enough to call this 3-bet and play these suited connectors in position.
I mean, I would argue that they're deep enough to do it. It's just whether or not you want to tangle at this stage of the tournament when you're in such a good position to find some ladders. Like I said, the jumps from here so big. Do we really want to end up getting cold decked for a huge stack at this stage? I think we just bin it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But it's definitely getting close. Maybe a 10-9 suited might be a little bit too good to fold. Let's take another look at the chip counts there.
So we can see that even though he hasn't played a hand yet, Arian Kashani is holding on to the chip lead. And Michael Casson sits in second place right now.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, winning that flip and then putting himself in a very advantageous position, but not slowing down, finding aggression. Really like to see this. And this is what we've come to expect from the quality of poker on some of these tours now, James. Just very, very astute, very aware.
Yeah.
Aware of the table dynamics, adjusting ranges on FTs very well, negotiating big fields. That's what it's all about. And just goes to show, you know, UK poker, very high level. This is why we perform so well on the world circuit as well in general. Obviously, not just individuals from the UK, but also just people that are competing in these fields.
So here we have Hassan Kashani with Queen 9 of hearts, and this will be the first hand we see the chip leader play at the final table, opening under the gun to 260,000. About 10 minutes left on this level, by the way. I imagine the plan will be to go straight into the next level and then effectively play to the end of that level before we take our first break. We are on 60-minute blind levels in UKIPT main events. The usual rules apply. The levels will halve in the event that we get down to 3 players, or if a deal is agreed between the finalists. In a tournament like this, it's not impossible that a deal would be negotiated between maybe 4 players.
Yeah, James, I think in many of the things that we follow, you know, for PokerStars events in general, the level of play that we're seeing is such that we just don't see people making deals unless it's the kind of extremely large field, huge multiplier opportunity. For example, like an EPT Barcelona is a good example. It's just so huge, right?
Yeah.
I would put this in the same category. You know, such a huge first place, the opportunity to, you know, chop up some equity as we get down to the final 4, 3, 2, whatever players, I think is very real. And I think most players, regardless of the skill level, would definitely consider it once we get to these sorts of numbers. I mean, some of the individuals making the final tables of EPTs, world class, still finding, you know, a reasonable deal situation quite often when we're looking at really big field tournament.
I think it's a size more than a position. That's fine.
They might be able to change priorities of the screens there, right? I prefer that. I think we could, it's like logical then.
I think having one up there would be nice for us. I literally. Whose attention do we need to get? One on the floor, I guess. Can you pull the floor in a second, deal? Can you pull the floor? Can you pull the floor in a second? Floor feature, please.
Can we have a clock so we've got it this side? Can we have it on the top right one instead of the bottom right one so we can actually read? Rather than turning around every time.
Chris Brammer here with ace deuce on the button.
No, but can you swap the
Can you like change
to the bigger
so like
screen? Can you swap?
Top right instead of bottom.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Can you put it on this screen here?
Same for me, but
Yeah, no.
better for you. It's okay. It's all good.
Sorry.
No.
Half-assed effort.
Yeah, I mean, something. If anything is worse, I have to go.
Yeah. To be fair, they could get it on the other one over there.
So
as well,
Yannik
then
Seabrook
in the way you can just-
flattered the raise in the small blind, and looks like Arian Kashani is going to call as well in the big blind, and we're going to go three-way to the flop. That flop being ace, 9, 7, all diamonds. So advantage Yannik.
That was a fun start. Jesus.
It's a really tricky one though, James, in a multi-way pot. You know, none of these hands really happy about this. I mean, obviously the 6 tray kind of a non-hand here in the first place, but the addition of the extra player in the big blind makes you a little bit more cautious when you have top pairs in these situations, as we see here.
So jack of diamonds on the turn. None of these 3 players has a diamond.
And now it's just about who wants it more, James. So in the big blind, Arian just kind of weighing up the options. I think we probably check who's the individual that's most likely to bluff here. I suppose it might be the player in position. It could be Christopher here, who fires out perhaps just a little cheeky stealer, maybe something in the region of a quarter pot. You don't necessarily want to turn an ace into a bluff though either, so checking is also cool. As we go to the river.
Which is the 5 of hearts. So, if this gets to showdown, we will have our second chop of the final table.
Now, Arian's going to bet. Arian's going to do it. He's going to make it 360K.
Wow, I mean, it's one thing to push your opponent off the chop. It's one thing for a guy to push 2 people off the chop.
What's the size?
370K is the pot. The bet is 365K.
Oh, the prediction! The prediction! So close.
Oh, look at this. Yannik is considering heroing. And makes the call.
Very, very nice move. I like the move from Arian, but the call also extremely cool from Yannik. Nice work there.
And of course, when the hand gets to showdown, that is where you see, we would have been chopping if I'd made the call.
Makes sense.
This is where we have a car crash now next time.
Yeah, aces, kings. And
So just a quick heads up, guys. We know that some of you are experiencing technical problems, a few sound issues. So tell you what, we're going to try and resolve those issues. But it does mean we are going to be silent for the next 60 to 120 seconds. So watch this hand, enjoy it, and you'll hear from us again soon.
I feel like it's going to happen now. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I have a large still water, please? Please, yeah. Oh, I have no phone to pay with. Let me just. Yeah. Yeah.
Just take it out.
Take
yeah.
it off the tab. Yeah.
Hello, you're back again.
I was expecting 9-4.
All's about to get through.
You never make mistakes. You have to make a mistake sometime. And not a big stage. The wrong time to do it.
Till 20. up someone else's when we've got their face. Sorry? It started, yeah. Do you have to deal them off the top like this?
It's the best way for the cards not to go.
No, I know that's an EPT rule now, I just didn't know if it applies here.
I just need a deck change.
It's really sticky.
Yeah, the other dealer was on the problem.
C2 away, C2 forward, C3 cross. C4 cross. C5 cross, C6 cross, C7 cross, C8 cross. C4 cross.
That was no dig at you, by the way. That was just saying it might be easier for you.
Oh, it's just the first time.
Why do not small like 75k?
Inflation, mate. Inflation.
Inflation.
You know?
Makes sense.
Inflation is a real thing.
I can see.
And we are back. Please confirm that you can hear us. Hello, people of the Twitch.
Hello, 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 hello.
Yes, we are good to go. Now, first of all, I know that was longer than 120 seconds. To be fair, Nick, the actual update that needed to be installed did only take 2 minutes.
Correct.
The problem is, as well as that update, Microsoft Windows also decided that it wanted to install an update, and it restarted the entire system that is powering our commentary.
That's fine. I'll always be a Windows man. Sometimes we just got to update.
Apparently, the update has been successful, so let's hope everything is now tickety-boo and hunky-dory, and we will be cock-a-hoop as we continue to bring you the final table of the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour main event here in Nottingham at Dusk Till Dawn, the home of UK poker.
That's right. Let's see what we can do, guys. You have, of course, rejoined us. Final 8, the official Final 8 here in Nottingham. Big old update there on the table. And option on Phil now, looking down at Queens, probably looking, how much am I going to 3-bet now? So the initial open was to 310. And there is the 3-bet from the small blind. And it looks like there's an all-in and, of course, a call.
So it's Nathan who's at risk here with the ace-9. Phil Joyce way ahead with queens.
Going to the flop.
That flop is ace-high, always an ace on the desk. For the benefit of Nathan Slater, who is now better than a 4-1 favorite to double up through Phil Joyce.
Turn is the 6 of spades, James.
And Phil Joyce has the queen of spades in his hand. So 11 cards that Nathan Slater has to fade, and fade he does, and he is going to double up and survive.
Yeah, brutal spot there for Phil. Obviously plays his hand very well. I like the move from Nathan as well. I think this is fairly reasonable, but running into it and getting lucky regardless, that will see Nathan up to 5.6 million, third in chips, 14% of the chips in play. Phil's still a very playable stack. We've seen this guy many times before. Composure is still there. We're just going to confirm how much is going to be allocated to the ace-9 there. And then play will resume with 8 players remaining. We haven't lost anybody yet.
Yeah, just the one elimination so far. Daniel Rudd, a fairly early elimination from the final table, cashing for the better part of 20 grand in 9th place, taking us down to the official final table of 8. Playing down to a winner today. It is the last day of this 3-day event.
Absolutely.
Lines did go up, by the way. We're now playing 100,000, 150,000 with the 150k big blind ante. And I believe there is meant to be a 15-minute break at the end of this level. Ashley Partridge, who's watching on the Dusk Till Dawn YouTube channel, points out that Justin has 8 bigs. Why are there no ICM considerations? Very confusing getting in with queens versus ace-9 when there's a short stack at the table.
That is a fairly reasonable situation overall. Ace-9 might have been a little bit overzealous, but also at this level, probably not completely ridiculous. Probably still has fold equity, and you know, just kind of is what it is. Unfortunately, ace on the desk for the queens.
Well, we have seen a raise from the chip leader, Arian Kashani, flattered by Nathan Slater with the ace-king.
Yeah, and you'll notice the positioning here, guys. It's the +1 that's scaring him. And this is the kind of consideration that I think we were looking for in terms of ICM. Not that it really has any bearing on the previous spot, but you can see players being very cagey from those opens from early position, even from our chip leader. As we go to a flop of 9-4-4, 2 diamonds.
Continuation bet from the chip leader of 275,000. Nathan Slater will call, and we will go to the turn. 1.65 million in the middle now. Slater the effective stack with 5 million behind. Deuce on the turn, and Nathan now better than a 9-1 favorite.
Arian's going to be aware of the fact he's the bigger stack. He's going to be aware of the fact he can put quite a few small pocket pairs in the bin here, potentially even some hands like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. I wouldn't be surprised to see a big turn bet here. What is a balanced continuation on the turn, though? You know, 1.65 in the middle Goes for 800K. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know, might anticipate Nathan has some flats from ace king, but you see the pressure there, James.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're talking about. And as soon as you flat from the cutoff there, James, I think that what you're saying is that I have a hand that might be strong, but isn't necessarily one that I want to tangle with for my entire stack against the chip leader. And Arian just applying the pressure in a very, very fascinating and very, very finesse way.
And he started this final table with 11.6 million, has just moved over the 12 million mark, so has increased his advantage, huge advantage, over the rest of the final table. But I think it's fair to say we've seen selective aggression. I mean, the first orbit and a half, he didn't play a single hand. He's not the kind of chip leader who's going to, like, bully everyone 90% of the time.
Yeah, no, it feels very controlled, James. I think that's important. You know, when we're saying ramp up the aggression, that doesn't mean it's unbridled aggression. It means that we want to find opportunities that we can assert our sort of advantage with our chip stack against the other opponents without also changing our table image too much, James. Because when you're the big stack, playing a wider range, but also giving off the impression that you're playing a solid range is a good way to accumulate chips without taking any risk and just taking it down pre-flop more often than not. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, and I would expect nothing less. We've seen some very good poker from Arian in Cyprus earlier this year, of course, and just on form and just seems really locked in here. Convincing the ace-king to fold on that turn, very, very spicy indeed.
Yeah, we saw good poker from Arian Kashani in Cyprus and also Philip Joyce, both players making the final two tables of that huge 5K main event. Of course, we've seen Chris Brammer many, many times. So today is the final day of UKIPT Nottingham. It also brings this season of the UKIPT to a close. It kind of encompasses the Irish Open as well. That's kind of when things started back in the spring over the Easter weekend in Dublin. We then had the vacation spot for the tour in Malaga, a joint event between the UKIPT and the Estrellas Poker Tour, before the event at London at the Hippodrome, before we came here to Nottingham. And across those four events, there was a leaderboard, a player of the series, and I am told it is almost official now. It looks like Alex Romero will be crowned champion of this year's UKIPT leaderboard, following in the footsteps of last year's winner, David Doherty.
Yeah, really pleased to see Team Pro represent. Lovely guy as well. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy, and just somebody that's exceptionally good at poker. Did actually get a chance to do some commentary on Romero's performance in from the UKIPT in London as well, where he was on the high roller final table.
So action here has been folded to the blinds. It is Yannik Seabrook in the small blind.
Looked like he was kind of just the effective all-in, James.
He announced all in.
Okay.
He decided to shove small to big with ace-6, and that's Kashani with king-7 suited in the big blind. Again, considering the 8 big blind stack of Justin Tsui,
Yeah.
this is questionable.
So this I think is a more questionable than the ace-9 that we saw earlier, because a lot of people in the chat are saying, "Oh, how could he get ace-9 on?" He was the aggressor. He was trying to create fold equity with the move. In this situation, obviously Yannik is the aggressor, but putting a lot of chips at risk here. A significant number of big blinds, James, which I don't think is necessary in this circumstance. If Arian just wakes up with a good hand, you've sort of relinquished your advantage to find ladders when there's a very short stack still floating around in there. I'm not sure if this is the move we want to make at this stack depth. If Yannik is sub 20 big blinds effective, I think maybe this gets a lot better. Even then, you know, potentially another move is possible. And there's a call.
Wow. Hassan Kashani makes the call, and it's pretty close to a flip here. Yannik is only a 57% favorite. 10-6-3 on the flop. Jack on the turn. So Yannik just has to fade a king or a 7 on the river. 5 cards to swerve, and he does. And he is going to double up. And looking at his chips, that doesn't look like 4 million. I think he had less than that.
That was my immediate follow-up, James. I think that the chips might be off there because that is not the exchange I would expect from either of those players at this stage with those stacks.
I think it may well be that Yannik Seabrook had slightly less than Justin Tsui. I think Seabrook was playing around 2.5 million.
That would make a lot more sense. So any comments, please revoke until confirmation there, because it's not only that the shove seemed to fit well, but the call was even wilder, I think, if the chip stacks were to be believed here. So yeah, hopefully we'll get some confirmation and a check on that, because I think that would make a lot more sense. I don't think these two players would have played their hands that way at that stack depth. So next hand, Phil is +2 with the Queen Jack offsuit. And we'll find the open to the min, the 300K.
Has been folded around the big blind. We know that Justin is the short stack right now. Is, however, going to defend with these suited cards. They will go to a flop of 9-9-7. The Queen High still ahead as we see Justin check to Phil Joyce.
Yeah, Justin under these circumstances, James, on the very short side, still decided to defend the 10-4 suited. It might be close, you know, especially with the pay jumps looming. Just a small continue here from Phil. I think, yeah, one big blind seems absolutely appropriate under these circumstances. You know, the 10-4 of diamonds is not a ridiculous combination to find some floats, but when you're that short, James, you just don't have that many moves on later streets, which is why perhaps we would consider letting that one go pre-flop.
So we know that there is now a dent in Arian Kashani's chip lead by virtue of Yannik Seabrook doubling up through him, but just need to get these stacks verified, whether those counts are currently correct. So we were talking earlier on about Alex Romero, who is a PokerStars ambassador and one of our Spanish commentary team, who has topped the UKIPT leaderboard. Looks like it's been confirmed with just a couple of tournaments still to play here in Nottingham. Just clarification from his friend and colleague Willow of how Alex locked up that title. He won the heads-up event at the Irish Open. He was 37th in the Irish Open main event, 14th in the UKIPT Malaga main event, came second in the high roller in London, 10th in the main in London, and then made it into the money. Had cashes here in Nottingham in the warm-up, in the main, and in the cup.
I mean, everyone agrees they want to break after this level.
Really enjoyed following his high roller action at UKIPT London, doing commentary for that, and in my opinion, should have won that heads-up match. Was very unlucky not to take the top spot there as well. Great player. and a great representative of PokerStars.
Okay, so we fixed things, and we can see now that, okay, he doesn't quite have the 11 or 12 million he once has, but he's still on 9.5 million, and Arian Kashani is still chip leader at the final table.
And Justin wakes up with queens in the small blinds. I think this only goes one way, James. Sub 10, got to be all in here. Keep it balanced. Yep, that's it. There's the all in. Big blind gets out of the way quick. I think you can min-raise fold on the final table here with the King 8, James. I think that's fine.
And there is the fold.
There's the fold, yeah.
So yes, it's 9.1 million now for Arian. Michael Casson still second in chips with 6.5 million, and we still have Justin Tsui in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Hovering around the 12 big blind mark. The blinds will be going up in around 30 minutes time when we take our first break of the final table. I might order some food during that break, Nick.
Oh, James, I might just join you. Have to give a shout out to Dusk till Dawn. The food here is actually pretty good.
Okay, so we could order an opener, a sandwich, a main event, a salad, or a closer.
A closer.
The closer is dessert, and I love a dessert. I do love a pudding, but I'm a traditionalist, and I do like to start with savory.
I like savory too. Yeah, I think the food and the beverage selection, and also the service here at Dusk till Dawn, pretty exceptional. A lot of poker establishments suffer in that department, but honestly, very impressed.
Now, yesterday I had food envy because Rory Jennings was enjoying the blackened Cajun salmon, and so I think I am going to have that for my main course this evening.
Not bad, not bad. I'm thinking I might go for a classic sausage and mash.
I had that yesterday.
It was very good.
For my lunch.
The curry was pretty good the other day too. Zephyr in the chat asking, how stressed has Rory looked at these stops? Honestly, I feel like the stress level's coming down a little bit now. Maybe with more experience comes less stress. But still ever tilted by any elimination of any kind. But we love our Rory.
So we've got 10s here for Michael Casson. He's first to act.
Just an open, I guess. Why not? 3 mil? Sorry, excuse me. 300K? I think Yannik should probably just be folding this, to be honest. Yeah, it's a little bit too far out of position. Might be a 3-bet candidate, but probably don't want to mess around too much at this stage of the tournament. Interesting opportunity for Arian now, James. We are actually kind of deep enough to be considering a little bit of call to see a set situation. That would certainly be quite the tipping point at this stage.
Now, Jordan James is saying, get the spicy chicken pasta, trust me. Great, now I'm going to have to make a decision. Let me have a look at a picture of the, the spicy chicken pasta.
John Delano says, James, get both. There you go.
I'm trying to reduce my waistline, not increase it. That's one of the reasons why I think I'll stay off the pasta. I think that's why the salmon, as we see Parminder here, just flat on the button with the queens.
I just want to double check the action here, though. Did Arian flat, or did they, or did he 3-bet?
He flatted.
Okay, because it looked like a lot of chips going in the middle when I was watching. Phil has the greatest price of all time ever, James. Just a call here if that is indeed the action. And does call. The fact that Parminder doesn't squeeze here, James, is terrifying to me. I do feel like this is one that with all that dead money in the middle, we need to probably get some more chips in the middle now, but let's go to a flop.
And that flop is King 8-6, just the one overcard to Parminder Kandola's queens, which are still the best hand.
Pen's going to check as well. I was going to say, I thought Arian would have just flatted here. I thought he was 3-betting. I thought that was more chips, but that was a call after all. Does check as well. Like I said, I just think they're deep enough where we can afford just to see a flop and play it from there with the deuces. That makes a lot of sense. Not strictly a set mind directly, but certainly something in mind when you have these small pocket pairs. You just got to make sure you have the stack depth to get paid when you do, in fact, get there. Parminder is going to take this opportunity to put some chips in, though, it would seem. Phil's got to know this is no good. Looks like, yeah, it's already in the bin. Missed the fold. Michael has an interesting decision now, though. There you go. That's the updated action. 7-7-5 on the flop. Actually decides to go quite big here in the multi-way pot, and we'll take it down. So nice outcome there for Parminder. As we see a reminder of today's payouts, first place 201,900, seventh 31,760.
This comment's worth reading from Jorge on YouTube. To be fair, when you've been playing for like 40 hours plus through the week, your brain does turn into mush, lol. And we highlighted it earlier that they have been very long days, the day ones. I mean, if you played that flight on the Saturday, Nick, you were playing till the early hours of the morning, like 3 or 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Then had to be back at noon to play a 13-hour day. Then you come back today and you've already played for 4 hours before you get to the final table. At the point where every decision has real money implications, you're not playing at your best anymore. It's hard for anyone to be playing their A game at this stage.
Yeah, and I think also when we talk to players that have a lot of experience going through these fields, James, you know, it's kind of the exhaustion is setting in, but also around the same time, the excitement and the adrenaline is kicking in as well. And a lot of players who thrive on that kind of energy are the ones that could sustain themselves throughout. But then as soon as that final table is done, crash, that's it. But that's okay. If you're on a final table, you don't need to worry about the day after.
By the way, I've let the regs in the chat on YouTube convince me to go for the spicy chicken pasta.
Yeah, and also shout out to Dan Sprague TV in the chat. Hello, sir. Pleasure to meet you formally during this trip.
Chris Brammer has been relatively quiet at the FT. King, queen suited here.
Gotta be playing these, James.
Yeah, raises to 300,000. Ace 3 suited for the chip leader, Arian Kashani. And very interesting to know his brother's getting on in the cup. I think they're down to the last 10 players, and I think Spraggy might be among the chip leaders right now.
What a guy. What a guy.
By the way, I'm not sure about this whole multiple Sprags thing. It's like they're gremlins. It's like someone spilt water and they're multiplying.
Right.
You know, Ben, Marley, Dan, too many Sprags.
Well, as I mentioned earlier as well, James, I had met Dan in passing briefly before. Only just realized he has a ghost hunting channel on YouTube and a successful one at that. So anywhere I go now, I try on Instagram, I see Spraggy's face. I go on YouTube, I see Dan's face. I go on Instagram, I see Marley's face. We can't escape them. There's too many Sprags. Actually watched some ghost hunting last night, Dan. Good work. Spooky stuff, man.
So 30 minutes left on this level. And we'll take a short break before the blinds go up. Currently 8-handed at the final table of this £1 million guaranteed UKIPT London main event. But of course, the guarantee smash. Total prize pool 1.2 million with 1,282 total entries. Slight increase on last year. And we have the chip leader opening under the gun +1. Ace Jack suited. It's all right, Brad, you can stop voting for the spicy chicken pasta. I've conceded defeat. I'm going to get the pasta.
Action fast and furious. Michael in the small blind versus +1 with King Jack offsuit. My prediction, fold. Nailed it.
So then it's Chris Brammer in the big blind. Jack 8 of clubs.
Yeah, this is too pretty, James. We got to play this one. Last to act, big blind, only a smidge above min open. Let's take a flop, Jack 8 suited. What could go wrong?
Or plenty. Oh, sorry, it was a hypothetical question.
Off to the flop.
Well, that flop is 7-4-6. So gut shot straight draw for Chris Brammer.
You know, this is one of those boards, James. I think Chris is actually allowed to have some leads if you're getting super technical. I'm certainly no expert, but this is the kind of texture that will heavily favor the big blind range, and also having that gut shot. We do sometimes find some really small lead into the initial opener here.
Yeah.
Given the fact that it goes check on the flop, though, with that gut shot and potentially what might be 2 live cards to a hand like ace king, ace queen, we might actually find some leading now. Let's see how Christopher feels. This is obviously a high pressure moment. Very difficult to make these trickier lines work for you when we are under pressure and on the feature table. But we do see the lead as expected. 325K.
These are arguably the 2 most accomplished players at the final table. Chris Brammer, 2.5 million in live earnings. Arian closer to 700K, but hot off that near final table appearance at EPT Cyprus. He went out in 11th, and Philip Joyce, who's also at the FT of this event here in Nottingham, was 12th. So weird that they both make the final table of this event, having gone out back-to-back in Cyprus a month ago.
And now, does Christopher want to continue telling the story? I think we probably do. But what's the size? You know, the problem with this, James, is when the board pairs, hands like ace jack, ace queen, ace king start to get a little bit more confident that they have the kind of showdown required to call a lead again. I think we might wave the flag here with the jack 8 sometimes. I think that's perfectly acceptable. There are lots of rivers that I think give us the opportunity to continue barreling, but I don't hate this from Chris. Player much more experienced than myself, I should say as well. So default to the wisdom here. Does find the check, and ace jack will take it down. I think well played by both players there, though. Waving the flag, not a problem. There's a look at the chip counts after that exchange.
Still at the 100K, 150K blind level. And we have ace queen for Parminder Kandola. Raises to 325,000. Philip Joyce is in the cutoff. And he's got aces, which is a better hand than ace queen. Did you know that, Nick?
I remember reading that somewhere. It might have been Super System 2. But yeah, let's see how this one plays out. It is cutoff versus +2. 3.1 the effective stack here, so about 20 bigs. I think we do have a very small 3-bet, James. Like we go like 6, about 700K, something like that. It's like a 2.5x kind of situation. Oh. 800K.
Okay, gets a fold from the button and from the small blind. Yannik Seabrook folds the big blinds. Action back on Parminder with the ace-queen. Oh, what do you do here?
I don't know, James. This is pretty brutal. I think, in all honesty, +2 plus reverse cutoff, given the fact that Phil is one of the shorter stacks and the aggressor, I think we find a lot of folds here. This is just not a spot where Phil is going to be bluffing. And ace-queen offsuit in particular does not perform well as a calling hand from this position. If you really think your opponent's at it, you might get sticky, but I don't really know what the other move is. I suppose at this stack depth as well, we should probably consider a shove or fold strategy, and shoving ace-queen here feels wrong too. So if calling is wrong, calling feels wrong, excuse me, and if shoving feels wrong, then I guess the only other option is to fold. Yeah, it does find a fold. Very nice work there from Parminder. A lot of players getting caught up in those moments. And I think really that's just about positional awareness and also how stack awareness on a final table is going to give you insight into how your opponent's range is going to be structured. And I think it's going to be extremely strong from that position off of that stack from Phil.
Ace-5 suited, Nathan Slater.
Yeah, he's going to open it up here.
Ace-King for Arian Kashani.
Have not been without action situations, James. This has been quite spicy to kick things off as we join the final 9. Now, obviously, reducing in players already.
Yeah, now I want to highlight that one of the things we saw earlier on was a player, it was Daniel Rudd, who went out in 9th place, opening with a suited ace, a small suited ace. It was ace deuce.
Yeah.
Ace-King then plays back, and you kind of have that feeling that you're just being kind of picked on.
Right.
And you think, hey, I've got a blocker. I've got a small suited ace.
Yep.
I'm going to shove here.
Yep.
It did not work out for Daniel Rudd. I really hope that Nathan Slater doesn't make the same mistake.
It didn't work out, but also very different positions, right, James? So +2, excuse me, versus big blind. Very different circumstance. Never mind. Nope. We're getting all of it in. I really thought we would have avoided this one.
Nope. History repeats itself. And now it is Nathan Slater, who is all in and at risk and is dominated by the chip leader.
I mean, what can you do in Nathan's spot, James? It's artisanal sourdough. You got to go with it. No, actually, I think that this is a very understandable move, but also running into it again. How often are we just going to run into the top of people's ranges? We're going to a flop, James.
And that flop is king high. There's not much coming back from this one. You're drawing to running cards now, running diamonds, running 5s. And there is a 5 on the turn. So now Nathan Slater picks up outs and could spike a 2 out on the river. A 5 would save him. A 5 would keep the dream alive, but it's a 3 on the river, and Nathan Slater is dispatched in 8th place. He cashes for £24,430 sterling, taking us down to 7 players at the final table of the UKIPT Nottingham main event. as Arian Kashani is back up over 10 million, closing in on 15 million chips, nearly a 3-to-1 chip advantage on Michael Casson, who sits in second place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, James, I have to say again, I love to see players with heart. Nathan was a player that was willing to put his opponent to the test there, similarly to that ace-deuce suited that we saw earlier as well. Kind of running into the top of range. I think these are moves that are very viable. I think they're very reasonable. I think the differentiation in positioning there might have led to more folds than shoves, but certainly not a mistake. Just kind of finding the top of his opponent's range, and claps for that great performance there, getting to a final table. But chip leader's kind of running away with it right now, James, and I love to see that, especially with a player like Arian, who is so successfully navigated fields like this before, and seems to have a good handle on how to wield that big stack as we get down to the final few players.
Meanwhile, Justin Tsui is like, this is amazing. I'm just laddering up here. I thought I was going to be out in 8th place, 24 grand, but now, how much is he guaranteed? What's the next payout? I think he's now locked up 31,760. So that's an extra 7 grand. Thank you very much.
Extra bullets, feels good.
We've had the open here from Philip Joyce with ace-10. And Arian Kashani has queen-6 offsuit in the small blind. Well, this is a cheeky re-raise from the small blind, 3-betting to 950,000 with the queen-6.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, James. This is where good players start to really make the move. Does Phil have a combo which actually can play back? This is such a tricky one from an ICM perspective, James. Doesn't have a ton of big blinds. Feels like a little bit too much to be jamming, but if you think Arian is really at it, this is a pretty good combo to actually put into a shoving range. There's a lot of pressure on this individual to be tighter than usual, though, with a shorter stack still in play, and the opportunity to ladder is going to be looming for a no risk opportunity. Does not necessarily need to put his chips at risk to find ladders at this stage in the tournament. I think we probably just fold this a bunch. Yeah, and this just goes to show the positional and the stack awareness that we've been talking about, right? Arian is going to start to really turn the screws, and this is clinical at this point. This is beautiful. Turning queen-6 into a 3-bet bluff from the small blind just shows a lot of awareness, and it's going to be really hard to play back at a player like this who knows how to wield that stack.
Those are the payouts, by the way, and real serious money to be made with every elimination as far as the money jumps are concerned. 6-figure score for the runner-up, more than 200 grand for the winner. And right now, Arian Kashani with about 40% of the chips in play.
Yeah. Look at that stack. That's how you do it right there, James.
RealX Rusty says, bro building towers. Yes, I agree.
I concur.
Thank you for your comment.
That's what doctors say on American, like doctor shows, right? I concur.
I think that was the gag in Catch Me If You Can, when Leonardo DiCaprio is
right.
pretending to be a doctor. He just realizes all he has to do is stand there in a white coat with a clipboard and go, I concur.
I concur. Dr. Robinson, do you concur?
I concur.
I think I concur.
King 3 suited on the button.
I think we're playing this one, James. Oh, look at that, right off the top.
Pressure being applied. Raises to 450,000, so goes big, goes full 3x. knowing he's got two of the shorter stacks of the table, including the shortest stack at the table, to act behind him.
That's right. And look at the adjustment in size, James. Very well spotted. The 3X is a much larger than normal open. As the big stack, he's trying to generate more folds without any sort of competition, without any playback. Sizing up there means the shorter stack in the small blind is basically committed to push or fold, so they have to be completely honest. The big blind doesn't want to be involved with the shorter stack still in play. These are the small adjustments that will win you significantly more chips at a final table than your opponents who are not studied. And I want to see more of this from Arian. I want the wrecking ball to take it down. I want to see Arian take it all the way, James. I'm going to say it right now.
I liked his attire in Cyprus, but I like his attire here in Nottingham even better because it's red. I don't know if you know this, but red is one of my favourite colours.
Oh, James.
It's actually my overall favourite colour.
What's number 2?
It's a good question. A dark shade of blue.
Oh, wow. Wow.
But in the same way, there's a big gap between Arian Kashani and every other player at this table in terms of stack size. There's a big gap between red and every other
competitor to the red top spot. I feel like, yeah. Well, I'm just going to say now, if Arian goes all the way, I want to know where the merch can be acquired. Where are we getting this AK merch from? Justin all in. We're going to see a call from Parminder. In fact, a shove to ISO. Still one player to act, though. Phil gets out of the way. We are going to be going to the races, James. It's going to be close to a flip.
Yes, we are. So
clubs, I think.
Queen Jack behind, but not by much. But Queen Jack needs to hold, or we will be down to the final 6. It is actually 50-50. It is an exact coin flip.
I don't know about that, James. I'm not convinced those are correct.
I think it may be taken into account folded outs.
Okay, fair enough. And we're going to a flop.
That flop is 7-6-3, and that means ace high is still ahead. Parminder now a 71% favorite. And Justin is going to need to spike a queen or a jack. Same outs required. 6 cards in the deck that can save him. And the river card is a queen.
Wow.
And that is going to be a double up for Justin Tsui, and that is a little bit of reversal of fortune as Parminder drops down to 2.5 million and is now the shortest stack at the table with 17 big blinds.
Had a lot of very spicy rivers so far today, guys. And that is one of them. Very sweaty moments for these players. Remaining on this final table has a lot of implied actual GBP value. And in this case, our short stack is going to be loving that outcome. Fair play to both players, though. Seems very standard in both stacks. But we continue at 8.
Sampai says, if Arian is going to boss the table, you could almost say the sheriff is in town. I'll get my coat. The weird thing is, when I told people I was coming to Nottingham, they kept making all of these really lame Robin Hood references. I'm like, I do think there is more to Nottingham than Robin Hood. And the first thing I discover when I arrive here is that our hotel is on Maid Marian Way. I'm like, I take it back. Clearly, we're still trading on Robin Hood all these years later.
Yeah, and actually, when I opened up the map for the first time, the landmarks that were highlighted first were Nottingham Castle, the Robin Hood statue, Sherwood Forest. No, that's what they got. That's all they got.
Action has been folded to Parminder, who is going to move all in on the button with King Jack suited.
Yeah, not messing. Anyone wake up with aces in the big blind for
Oh,
Michael?
wow.
What an exchange of hands. Parminder loses a flip and immediately runs into aces.
So now Parminder Kandola at risk and way behind.
Oh, that's some good spots.
Has flopped a jack, though, giving him a little bit of hope. But because of the folded cards, Nick, just 2 outs. Needs a king. And looks like we are going to be down to the final 6 players here in Nottingham. Just a 6% chance of survival for Parminder Kandola. King on the river!
What?
Rivers 2 pair to double up through Michael Casson.
These players are trying to bust each other, but the poker gods have something else in mind today.
Another double up. And that sees Parminder jump up to 2nd place on the leaderboard.
James, that goes to show you, apart from our chip leader hoarding his gold up there, how few big blinds there are to go around for the shorter stacks.
It's very shallow if you're not Arian Kashani. Also, Chris Brammer, who's playing 20 bigs, is now the shortest stack at the final table.
Wild stuff, some wild rivers. Also, James, I did in fact invite you to Hooters last night, Hooters Nottingham.
And what did I say, Nick?
He said, no, thank you.
Thank you. 3-word response. No, thank you.
However, I will note that the merchandise does in fact also say deep in the heart of Sherwood Forest, so it's even themed there.
I'll be honest with you, I was surprised to see that Hooters is still operating in the United States. How the hell is there still a Hooters running in the UK in the year 2024?
Well, you missed that on the NFL action. It was actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, that's why people go to Hooters, Nick, for the NFL action.
It was great. It was red zone on every screen.
Yeah, classy establishment.
It's a family thing. It's a family restaurant. It's been like that since its inception, James. You should know that. Thank you, John. It's the wings. You go for the wings and the red zone.
Queens here for Yannik Seabrook.
Great name, by the way. Great Viking name.
Yannick raising to 400,000. Anyone got anything? Looks like it's going to be round to the blinds. Michael Casson in the small blind with Trey Deuce of clubs. He passes. The big blind. As Brammer folds the 8-7 off.
Wow, I had one of those.
Yeah, keep it snug, not messing around. There's the chip counts. Arian's still obviously bossing. Not much has changed since the King Jack Aces scenario we saw just now. I can also confirm, James, the location was not in the heart of Sherwood Forest. I'm pretty sure our moderator Raksha told us that Sherwood Forest was actually quite far out of town.
Well, what is in the heart of Nottingham City Centre right now is the Winter Wonderland, which even has a Ferris wheel, and I decided last night I would go out and explore that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, I'm used to cold weather. I've spent a lot of time in Helsinki over various winters, but it was bitterly cold last night. And so I took shelter in a Nando's, had the grilled chicken wrap with halloumi,
of course, your
peri fries and coleslaw, and then managed to last probably another 10 minutes outside, and I'm like, no.
Well, James, we went out for a little wander, my girlfriend and I, and we thought it wasn't cold enough, so we went to the ice bar located inside the Winter Wonderland.
Yeah, that you didn't need to go. You just stand outdoors to get the same experience.
That's kind of what we decided, but the ice sculptures are
stand
pretty
outdoors with a packet of Tennent's Extra, mate. That's
I don't know.
That's your ice bar.
The sort of floating ice rink I thought was quite a cool addition.
So we've had an open from Arian with 8-6 of spades. Phil Joyce in the cutoff with ace-jack. Little Inkling asks, does anywhere in the UK do Christmas markets well? No, thank you for your question. We have got a re-raise, I believe, a 3-bet from Phil Joyce. And I think it's fair to say, I mean, look, I don't know what playing history these two had before Cyprus, but going deep in that main event last month, they played a lot at the same table, a lot of hands against each other.
That's right. And I think at this point, probably a lot of mutual respect between the two players. You don't consistently go deep in these big field events without having some skills. And probably a significant adjustment there for the fact Arian is our runaway chip leader as well, James. That range is going to be a lot wider than usual.
With 7 players left, they're guaranteed £31,760. Nearly 100k for third, more than 100k for second, more than £200,000 for the winner.
I think it is fair to say that there's not too many great Christmas markets in the UK, James. But don't forget, guys, you know where it does have really good Christmas markets?
Prague, in the Czech Republic.
That's right, where we go every year for the European Poker Tour, coming up early December. Very excited to be heading out there. And also, don't forget, guys, the Spin and Go World Championships for the first time ever taking place live at Prague. And I'm excited to see how that goes and potentially even be a part of the action.
Qualification's still running for that, right?
Correct.
And does, I believe, until the end of the month. But yeah, closing out the EPT 2024 season just before Christmas in Prague. And part of the experience of being there is not just playing poker, but it is also making sure you make it to the Christmas market and taking in all the many fine bars and restaurants that the Czech capital has to offer.
Yeah, very reasonably priced. Fine restaurants and bars, I might add as well. Great stop. If you guys have never had a chance to make it to Prague, this might be the year to go. The whole squad will be there as per usual.
Action folded to Parminder with 6-4. Nope. Phil Joyce has 10-9, unsuited.
In the hijack here, might give it some consideration, but I think we probably put this in the bin.
Michael Casson with King 8.
Similar situation, James. I don't think we want to mess around at this stage in the tournament. I think we're going to fold this one too.
And that is going to be a walk for the chip leader. Nice, just pick up an extra 100k by doing nothing.
Easy money.
40% of the chips in play with 7 players remaining. Chris Brammer still the shortest stack, but Michael Casson also will be approaching the danger zone when the blinds go up at the end of this level. See, this is the way my brain works. Smeeble wrote S&G Walsh specialty. I read that as steel and gold watch, because that's how my brain works.
Yeah, Smeeble. Technically, SAG is usually the sort of, what's the word for that, James? When you
an abbreviation.
Thank you.
Yes, SAG.
SAG, unfortunately, is how it's referred to when we talk about it at Stars. But
with SNG being a sit and go.
That's the distinguishment. Even though, of course, SAG is also a form of SNG. But yeah, I'm excited about it. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
King 10 suited. Arian Kashani in the small blind, looking at the shorter stack of Justin Tsui to his direct left.
I think Queen 5 suited should be checked here in extremely high frequency.
Well, Justin may think he wants clubs, but we know he does not want clubs. Fortunately, it seems blockers are a thing, and we do not get clubs on the flop. Instead, 2 hearts, 8 high.
Yeah, King 10, pretty natural check here. This is the texture that favors the check back range of the big blind. Although Arian will have plenty of traps here as well, so it's not like Arian doesn't have strong hands in the limping range here once in a while. Justin, blind v blind, also Queen High has some semblance of showdown, does take the check on the flop on the turn. I think we continue checking the King 10. There you go. And now the question is, does Justin want to start turning Queen 5 suited into a bluff? At this stage, probably aware that Arian will have some kind of a showdown hand. unlikely to check twice unless they're happy to potentially go to the river. Some of the time, at the very least, does start firing. I think Arian does probably call here quite often. Not only the 2 overcards in the gut shot, but potentially what might be the best hand right now with the king high, which of course we see is a reality.
And the river is the 8 of clubs pairing the board. Where's the 7? Where's the sickness?
And at this point, you know, Justin might be kind of thinking queen high might be good enough once in a while. But like I said, when your opponent, especially one of the bigger stacks, goes check, check, they're going to turn up with king high, ace high quite often. Maybe even some deuce X, maybe some 6X. Does check it. And Arian is going to take this one down as well.
More chips for the chip leader.
Couldn't wait
This session draws to a close.
I was thinking the same.
Very much a tale of the have and the have-nots. The have-nots being every other player at the table.
That's right. Good question from Sigma here. Are there universal rules in tournaments on how you're supposed to stack your chips when it comes to increments and keeping stacks in view for accurate counting of players? Yes. Generally speaking, we're supposed to stack in 20s. If we don't have 20s, we just need to make it aware that we have big chips, put those up front. As a general rule, having dirty stacks is just frowned upon, but certain individuals take it to an extreme, at which point tournament staff do step in.
I know at least one proficient player who likes to put their chips in stacks of 10 so they look like a fish.
That's me.
You put your chips in stacks of 10?
No, I'm just a fish. So
Oh,
I put my
I
stacks
see.
I put them in stacks of 10. Yeah. Sorry, James. Yeah, who is this individual?
I'm not going to name this individual. All I will say is it's when playing in Vegas, to give the impression that they're not as good as they actually are, they will do the classic newbie thing and have their chips in stacks of 10.
Yeah, mental math is hard for me. I just stack in 10s, keeps it simple.
So we are going to have one last hand for the break. We have had the raise from Chris Brammer with the Spraggy A7 offsuit. That is a horrible hand and gets shoved on by Justin and folds. And the players are going to go on break. I believe this is a 15-minute break. So we will come back, the blinds will be up, and we'll continue to play down to a winner here at the UK IPT Nottingham main event. Welcome back to Nottingham and the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour. The players returning from the first break. 7 players at the final table of this 1K buy-in main event, competing for a first prize of more than 200K. And right now, they are already etching the name Arian Kashani into the trophy. Okay, slight exaggeration, but he is monster chip leader right now. It's James Tartcombe and Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Nick, Kashani started the FT as the chip leader. He's increased that chip lead, has increased his stranglehold on the rest of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been putting on a bit of a clinic here, and as his stack has grown, so has the aggression, which we love to see. And we'll be joining the action now, 7 left, and hopefully we can see some more of that sweet clinical poker from our chip leader.
Yeah, and the blinds are up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante, putting the pressure on most of the players at this table other than the chip leader. We've got 2 pretty short stacks, none shorter than Chris Brammer right now. And Yannik Kashani starts the session with Jack 10 in the cutoff, and with the action folded to him, he raises to 400,000.
Yep, blinds are creeping up, and James, we were saying just before the break as well, it really is a shorter stacked situation, given the fact that all the chips are, of course, an Arian stack. Therefore,
yes,
the other individuals are really battling off of a very low effective stack. And if they want to excel and actually put themselves in a situation to take on Arian, they're going to have to find some doubles, and we're going to have to see some all-ins here.
So Phil Joyce, Queen 9 suited in the big.
This is an interesting spot, James. Strikes me as one where we do kind of need to consider calling, but in fact decides just to rip it instead. Wow, power poker here. And this is going to work. Yeah, nice play there from Phil. Actually finds a great little pickup spot.
So inevitably, the food arrived as soon as we get back from break. So we'll have to take it in shifts, Nick. If you don't mind covering, I'm going to enjoy the spicy chicken pasta, which has been recommended by every single DTD reg watching on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then you can enjoy your sausages and mash afterwards.
All good, all good. It came under such high praise. I want James to really go and take it all in. So guys, it's me and you, Nick Walsh, and the squad over at Twitch. Keep me company, keep the questions coming. Any ridiculous chat pro nonsense, I'm here for it. You know I am the most tolerant of all of the commentators when it comes to chat pro nonsense. So we'll continue to follow the action here, and we'll see if we can't get a little bit closer to crowning ourselves a victor here in Nottingham. Chat Pro Monday, says Tom. That's right. I'm in charge now. And Arian's going to start us off with the min raise, King 7 suited. We have seen some really good sizing adjustments from Arian, pretty clinical stuff. But you'll notice when he's opening from the early position, still defaulting to the min open, very advisable. A lot of the larger openings are going to be opponent specific and stack specific from later positions. And folds round to the big blind. Michael just has a whole lot of napkins here, and it's just going to be a quick fold. Eagle says, "Let's go, Nick. What brought you to bangers and mash instead of the pasta?" I don't know. I was just looking for something wholesome. I don't usually travel this far north in England, and I know people laugh at me when I say Nottingham is north because it's not really north. I've been much further north, in fact, but. Something about coming north of London makes me feel like I want to go old school. We decided to take it to the bangers and mash. Yannik going to start us off with a full 10-5 offsuit, very reasonable. Arian, I would love to see sneaking this in here still. Yep, not slowing down. Let's keep it going, buddy. Momentum forward. Ace-5 is going to start with the open. Makes it 450K to go. You'll see Parminder even having to relinquish the Ace-10 offsuit there. The power of aggression from Arian. All right, so getting through the big blind. Okay, okay. Tail of 2 ace-5s. Honestly, I would not be completely blown away to see Christopher let this one go. He decides to bang it instead. Very reasonable as well. This is a great adjustment from Christopher, aware of the fact that Arian's going to have a significantly wider opening range than his opponents with shorter stacks. This is definitely on the playlist of things to do with ace-5 offsuit from this position. Let's not forget we're also 7-handed, guys. Therefore, the opening range from Arian's +1 is not as tight as it would be if we were still full ring 9 or 8-handed. Gets it done. Nice work there. A lot of awareness from the ace-5 offsuit in the big blind. Decision very, very well made. There's the chip counts. Arian still 40% of the chips in play. After that, Christopher 14 big blinds now, and is immediately back in the small blind. Don't forget, we are playing big blind antes, guys, so getting an opportunity to put the chips in blind, very juicy moment for one of our shorter stacks to potentially pick up chips at non-showdown. And those are the moments that we need to know our push fold in order to excel and to collect chips and potentially navigate our way into contention for the trophy here in Nottingham. Pocket 5s for Arian. Starts with the min. So 13 big blinds stack, small blinds. Very pretty hand. Queen jack suited. Might be tempted to do it again. There is the all in. Very interesting spot here. If Arian had decided to fold those 5s pre-flop, you can imagine Queen Jack suited and King 10 suited would have been happy to get the chips in blind v blind in that exact scenario we were just discussing. This one is going to be close. Honestly, Arian might decide to fold the 5s here. It is only 13 big blinds, however, so where's the cutoff, you know? Are we calling here with 8s? Probably always. 7s feels a little bit closer. I think 5s might be end up in the fold category, but still not completely ridiculous. And there you go. We do see it hit the muck. Great question here from Rachi. Capro nonsense incoming. How have you managed to not adopt an accent since living in the UK? I hear what you're saying. Okay, fair enough. So basically, the short answer is I am from the United States originally, but I've lived in the UK since I was 8. But I went to international school for a long time, which means we all kind of end up sounding Canadian. That's kind of an international school accent. That's an excellent chat pro nonsense question. Keep it coming, buddy.
Close. He wants one more. Okay.
Let's get into the next one. Blinds are out there. fold from under the gun. Parminder follows suit. Interesting spot now from Michael. Does only have about 22.5 bigs. Sorry, excuse me, 12.5 bigs, I should say. In the cutoff, do we want to play this as a push? Is this the stage of the tournament that we've arrived at? FT like this, a lot of big pay jumps. In my book, I think we might end up giving this one up, as it does feel like a bit of a push fold scenario. Given his positioning at the table, I don't know how often we can actually raise fold, or we'd like to raise fold this combo.
2 million.
Okay. 2 million is announced. That's the effective all-in. Does decide to take this spot after all. Also understandable at this point, one of the shorter stacks. Obviously a combo that needs to be considered as some effective pushing. And our big blinds is the big stack. That was ballsy from Michael, actually making the move into the big stack there. The player probably most likely to give a spin, but I do applaud that. I think that the shove there is definitely a viable strategy, and that we'll see a pickup there. We got some more chat pro nonsense incoming from Sacramento. Says, how have you managed not to wear a kilt every day since living in the UK? It's a great question. I've never owned a kilt before, but it is something that I would love to do. My girlfriend is actually from Scotland, and I mean, look, I think at this point she should have probably purchased me one, so I'll put it on her. If anything, it's her fault. Should already own at least 5 kilts. Let's be real, chat. Aaron Paul suggesting I should get a kilt for every Stars hoodie I own. I should get a Stars kilt. We should have PokerStars themed kilts for our next stop in Edinburgh. Can't believe we haven't done this yet. Outrageous. That is a new merge pitch. I agree, Kluber. And it should be mandatory that all Stars pros wear them. I agree, Aaron.
So Nicholas and I have returned for 2 reasons. Number 1, I finished eating.
Yeah.
Secondly, I did hear you petitioning for PokerStars branded kilts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's where I draw the line. I'm all for tangents. I'm all for sidebar conversation.
Well, you know, chat pros, what are you going to do?
I let them chat pro me into changing my food selection, and more on that after this hand as we go to an 8-8 deuce flop. So the chip leader pairs his deuce and has the advantage.
Wasn't a raise and a call free flop, James?
Yeah, and a continuation bet of 475,000 from Hassan Kashani. And Tsui will fold the Queen 10. So, I'm not saying I didn't like the spicy chicken pasta.
Okay.
However, I am trying to kind of watch the waistline a little bit. And I don't think that this creamy pasta did me any favors. I probably should have gone with the salmon salad. I think that would have been the healthier, more sensible option.
Sure.
Guys, I'm going to be in Texas for the rest of the month. Have you any idea how large I'm going to get during that 2.5 weeks? But the other thing I will say about the spicy chicken pasta, look, before anyone calls me out and says it's got spicy in the name, look, I like a puttanesca sauce. I make a mean spicy sausage pasta. This is heavy on the spice.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not a hot sauce kind of guy. I'm a Lebanon herb dressing at Nando's kind of guy. So it has made my nose run.
I am actually kind of jealous I didn't get that. I love the spice, James. That's what got me into poker in the first place. Just love the spice.
Anyway, thank you for the recommendation. It is a tasty pasta dish, but yeah, I ate probably 60% of it, and that is a large portion for a normal human being.
James in Texas for all that time. Oh man. And James is getting larger.
Yeah.
You'll have to give us a little rundown of all the dishes that you find out there on your brand new Instagram, James.
That's true. Mr.
Hey,
James Tartigan on the Instas.
Are you guys aware that James Hartigan literally just joined Instagram today? If you are on Instagram, go and check him out. Go give him a follow. He's going to keep us up to date with everything he gets up to in Texas. He promised already.
Yeah, about that. So we've seen the raise from Michael Casson with jacks, and looks like this is going to be a raise and take it. Dave Price says the prawn salad thing is amazing from DTD. Where were you earlier on, Dave Price, when everyone else was telling me to get the spicy chicken pasta? That was never presented as an option. It was pasta or bust.
Jens Bragg says, Artie Baller, the bowling genius. You might be more famous for bowling at this stage than your poker exploits.
No, my bowling is mediocre at best. Whiston, MVP of the bowling team.
Oh, yeah, your team. Yeah, maybe, sure.
Doesn't look convinced.
Smashed out of the park. I was very sad that there were no trophies awarded at this bowling event, and I feel like there was a lot of quitters.
Anyway, go and get your sausage now.
Yeah, is that okay?
Go and have your bangers and mash.
All right, Chad.
With your fried onion rings. It's got peas as well, and it's swimming in gravy. That's what I'm doing. Radio, painting pictures with words. For those of you who can't experience the dinner menu here at Dusk Till Dawn, the home of UK poker, right here in Nottingham, hosting this huge series, including this huge main event, which had a guarantee of £1 million and exceeded that guarantee with 1,282 total entries, and a significant chunk of that prize pool still in play, with the single biggest slice up for grabs for the winner. 200 grand going to the champion along with the main event trophy. 7 players still in contention at the final table right now.
Yeah, there's 5. The law of attraction, you didn't believe.
Arian told you were going to win.
40% of the chips belong to Arian Kashani. Just 12 big blinds for Justin Tsui. He's gone back to being the short stack, gone back to being the player in the danger zone. Danger zone! That's what happens. I said Nick on his dinner break. Let's do both parts.
The board just breaks when you win.
Yes, Tom, the scores were better than what Maria Ho mentioned on stream a few weeks ago. For those of you who don't know, Maria Ho has joined a bowling league in Los Angeles. Joe Stapleton is very offended that he was not invited to be part of this team, because Joe was, at one point in his life, a hot bowling prospect. He was captain of his high school bowling team, and he was scouted by several colleges in America as an elite bowler.
Marking the cards.
Making sure it wasn't like the black box. You need nails for black cards, don't you?
Smeeble, the answer to your question is, after my 2.5 weeks in Texas, I will be returning to Europe in time for Prague, because we will be going to the European Poker Tour in Prague. We have Phil Joyce in the small blind here with Queen 6 offsuit. And he is going to raise small to big, and yes, Andy, you are absolutely right. It is Michael Casson, not Cassan. And Michael is currently playing 16 big blinds. So Chris, Michael, Justin, all pretty short right now. Not that everyone else is that deep, apart from the chip leader. Things very, very shallow right now, and ICM very much in play. Yannik Seabrook will be first to act here. Yannik came into this session with a stack of 5 million, down to 4.6 right now. Holds the Jack-7 of hearts. Queen 5 for Arian Kashani. So, round to Phil Joyce on the button. Queen tray. Round to the blind. So Ross Woodside says that Mike is known to his pals as Denty. I'm not big on the nicknames. Like, I call Joe Stapleton Joe, I don't call him Stapes. I call Benjamin Spragg Ben, I don't call him Spraggy. I just don't do nicknames. Too old. Also, Denty sounds like some kind of product that you should be using on your gums. Do you have problem bleeding? Use Denty.
Yes. My card's over here.
Chris Brammer checks his options, so this is blind v blind, unraised pre. Nine, 4, deuce. King high, still the best hand. Action goes check, check. Turn card is the 8 of hearts. Chris Brammer now a 4-1 favourite, and Mike Casson is going to need a queen or a jack or a 10 on the river. Decides to lead the turn, and with just king high, no draw, can Chris Brammer make this call? No, he can't. Brammer down to 16 bigs. Justin Tsui still the short stack at the table with 12 bigs. And he says Denty because of his business in car repairs. So Denty could be a multi-purpose product, but like WD-40. It could be great for tackling gum disease, but also for covering like scratches on cars. Got a little mark on the bumper you need to hide? Use Denty. We see the open from Parminder with ace-king. The Spraggy for Chris Brammer in the small blind, ace-7 offsuit. And folded by him and by Yannik Seabrook in the big blind as well. So playing down to a winner tonight. This is the third day, and as we've established a few times this evening, long days for these players, long day one flights as they played down to 15% of the field into the money, and a long day two yesterday getting down to the final three tables, down to 21. Actually got to the final table quicker than some of us were expecting. Thought they might get to 9 at around 6, 7 this evening, but here we are, 7:20 near enough, and final table's already been going for a couple of hours.
50-50, mate, you know? Doesn't mean other calls.
2 eliminations so far. Daniel Rudd out in 9th, Nathan Slater out in 8th, leaving us with the 7 players we have now.
I don't know. If I base king against you, I'm not confident.
He'll give you the hat.
The hat's going to no one.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to borrow it. Yeah.
Buy another one.
I'm gonna have to buy one. Never seen that company.
Is that right?
I've never seen that.
His?
For sure. Oh, nice. Makes sense.
It's his initials, you're fucked as well. Like,
Is it actually?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Now it all makes sense. Oh, yeah, cool.
With Justin and Parminder folding, action is on Phil, 5-3 offsuit.
All good.
Goes in the muck. As does Michael's 10-9. Ace, 5 of diamonds for Chris Brammer. And he announces all in, or it's a virtual all in, just put a big stack forward. So the committing raise from Chris Brammer, and this is going to get through. Brad King says, what would have happened in the situation you made the final table, Hartigan? Who would commentate in your place? I'm glad you asked. So right now, my colleague, Joe Stapleton, is in Sao Paulo for the BSOP Millions, but we did have a private jet on standby. Had I made the final table, we were going to fly Joe back from Brazil to host the stream alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. That's right. Private jet. Big red spade on the side.
I think it was £175,000, and I mean, we ended up not needing it, but we had to spend the money on it because we needed it to be on standby. So that was a sizable chunk of the budget for this production, not going to lie.
that used to be the DTD thing, though,
You
didn't
can't
it?
say we're not dedicated
Free
to
drink,
the
but you can't have
cause,
a
and
can of Red
sometimes
Bull.
you just got to fly someone in from Brazil on a private jet.
Makes sense.
Now, Nick, either one of 3 options. Number 1, you are an incredibly fast eater, even faster than me. Number 2, you did not like your food. Number 3, there was too much food and you didn't eat all of it.
Option 1, I'm a pro, James. I'm a pro.
Wow.
Couldn't leave you hanging like that. The chat needed me back, and I said, all right, get it done.
There you go, PewDieTart. That's right, it explains the sound. But just know that in some part of the world, in Sao Paulo, there is a beautiful private jet stopped with a private bar that is doing nothing.
G4, fully fueled, ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. Stocked bar, champagne poured, just in case. The bangers and mash were very good, Tom. Thank you for asking. And yeah, very wholesome. It is truly English soul food. I'm kind of jealous of that pasta, James. That does look really good.
slowly, maybe.
Of course, the reality of the situation, just to be serious for a second, if we genuinely did need to bring Joe Stapleton back from Brazil at a moment's notice, he would be packed into a crate and shipped on a cargo plane.
Too much favorite.
Just got to pack him in there with a few hot dogs and he's good to go.
Was there an open from Michael Casson here?
I don't think so. Whatever's happening, there has been a shove. Okay, there's been a lot of action here, and still don't know what it's being just yet.
I know it's frustrating, guys, that the graphics are behind, but 2 words: private jet.
Private jet. Action. Action. Ace Queen opens cutoff. Justin all in. Big blind jacks. Small blind jacks, in fact.
Yeah, so action is now back on Arian, who is in a position here to potentially eliminate 2 players if he were to call it off here. But the shove and the reshove does look strong.
Absolutely, James. And you have to imagine Parminder is not going to do this light, because the opportunity to ladder for free if Arian were to call Justin shove just is one of those. I think Arian folds here.
Fold.
Yeah, verbally announces that he is folding, so it will be Justin Tsui who's all in here with Queen 10 and behind to Parminder Kandola's pocket jacks.
And jacks, of course, the favorite here, guys. The 1 over card usually represents about 30% equity.
2 dead here.
With the card removal, we can see it's 75-25. Obviously, suited is working in Justin's favor as well. However, it is going to be a 75% favorite from Parminder, and potentially an elimination if they can hold.
If they can hold, and they are holding on a 9-9-3 flop. That's a pretty solid flop for a pair of jacks. 94% equity, a 94% chance that we lose Justin Tsui in 7th place. He is going to need to spike the Queen of Diamonds on the river. He is drawing to 1 card in the deck. It's the 3 of diamonds, and that will see Justin Tsui eliminated, cashing for £31,760, taking us down to the final 6 players in the UKIPT Nottingham main event.
Yeah, I like the move from the Queen 10 suited, just runs into a bigger hand behind. It's a tale as old as time, James. Very reasonable play. I think Justin so far actually performed very well, especially sort of negotiating that shorter stack into some better positions. But on this occasion, eliminated. Parminder going to be the benefactor.
Well, let's just highlight that Justin laddered superbly.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly right. Not only stuck around, but also found some really nice, juicy ladders.
Talking of laddering, everyone has now locked up an additional £10,000, £41,300 the next payout.
So, James, should we start taking bets on when the deal negotiations will start? Because I just don't see how an event of this size does not get some negotiation. Not perhaps always landing a deal, but I just feel like players here will want to try and lock it up if they can.
Okay, I think the problem is going to be the fact that you have a very proficient player in Arian Kashani, who also has such a stranglehold, such a dominant chip lead.
You're absolutely right.
And I do think that is going to make it impossible for any deal to be agreed.
You know, James, take it all back. You're absolutely right. Very well noted. And I certainly think that had we seen more distribution, that might have been the case. However, you're right. I think Arian is just in too good of a position at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if he doubles up a couple of plays and the stacks even out, then I'm sure he would be open to negotiations. He's a businessman like every other poker player, but
very astute.
Right now, too much of an advantage, and I'm sure enjoying the ICM jail that he's putting every other player in right now.
Has his shirt and hat changed color since last we visited? Is this... Oh, it just looks more orange on this screen. Has it been orange this entire time, James?
I thought it was red earlier, but now I'm leaning towards orange. It's very difficult. The color balance on this screen is, what's the word I'm looking for? Off.
Unbalanced?
The chip leader doing chip leadery things. And Phil Joyce with a decision in the big blind with King 4 offsuit. And it's raise and take it for Arian Kashani. He's still controlling about 40% of the chips in play at this six-handed final table.
Had a bad feeling.
Had a bad feeling?
Yeah.
You're normally so optimistic though.
Yeah. That's why I trust in my gut. That's my ace.
A few people asking about Spraggy's progress in the cup. We'll keep tabs on that. As far as the main event is concerned, Spraggy busted in 89th place for £2,730. So what's that? A net loss of $4 grand? How many bullets did he fire?
Oh dear. You call him 5 bullets, Spraggy.
I have a good feeling about this one.
6. Thank you, Dan, for confirming. And I thought he was second of 9. Spraggy was second of 9 in the cup. He eventually busted in 8th place for £2,820.
Oh dear.
Gone and forgotten.
Still better showing than SBC 2019.
We don't talk about that anymore.
How many bullets was it, James?
4, but those bullets were 100k each.
4 bullets in the 100k? Wow.
Yeah.
Unreal.
3 of those bullets lost with ace-7 offsuit. That's why the hand is called the Spraggy.
One day we'll let him forget.
No, it stands as a warning to everyone. As TLC famously sang, do not go chasing the waterfalls. Please stick to rivers and ponds like you are used to. Blind v blind, and Michael getting the better of Phil there with the ace-king, sitting on 21 bigs, and Phil Joyce is now the low man at the table, pretty much tied at the bottom with Chris Brammer.
4.1.
And this sort of chip distribution just means Arian
Oh,
really
you mean
is
after?
allowed
I was going to say.
to those short stacks as the opener, but also really start 3-betting aggressively against some of those mid stacks, and they just can't really play back as aggressively as they might like. They can't defend the versus 3-bets as often as they might like. It's just science. You just can't do it.
Yeah. Shakima asks, is there a video for Spraggy's 400k loss? Look, he was embarrassed, and I think it's fair to say that PokerStars kind of wanted to do him a solid.
Right.
And so all the footage of the early days of the Super High Roller at PCA 2019, all that footage has been erased.
Mysteriously went missing.
I mean, the whole thing would be forgotten if we didn't keep banging on about it. But I think it is important to remind people to just, you know, play within your means and also play at your level. He was completely and utterly outclassed. Jean-Noel Thorel had his number from the off.
07896, no. Ace King for our chip leader, why not? James?
Yes?
I think Phil is going to be all in here.
Well, if he is all in, we are going to be off to the races because the chip leader ain't folding ace-king here.
Wow, wow, decides to let it go. Fair play, fair play. Don't hate it, don't hate it. I thought the sixes might have been good enough. I mean, we saw how light Christopher was shoving off of a much shorter stack earlier, getting those through against our chip leader. So I thought perhaps some sixes might be good as well.
And a defend here from Chris Brammer with the 10-9. And Brammer has flopped a gut shot and a no good flush draw. I guess we should highlight there is backdoor street flash potential.
Always highlight that, James. I think we just bet really small on the flop. Like one big blind is good. There you go, 250, smidge over just to prove Nick wrong. Oh, this is so savage for Chris. You can't be folding this flop. 0% chance. Decides to put in a raise instead.
Well, with the ace of spades in his hand, Hassan Kashani is definitely not folding.
No. Absolutely not. Just whether or not we want to shove now. I actually think calling is better than shoving here. We're on a final table, and we are going to have the best hand a ton, as well as having a fantastic draw. So why do we need to turn our hand into a bluff? Doesn't feel right. The call is good. 6 of hearts on the turn.
So, not that he knows it, but Hassan Kashani is now an 86% favorite. There are only 5 cards that Chris Brammer can hit.
Yeah, and does Chris decide just to lean into it now? Does he put the rest in? It's approximately 1 pot behind.
Jason Wright has a prediction. Chris jams. He has got less than pot behind. Decides to check.
You expect Arian to check here as well, James? I feel like if they were bluffing, you're just not wanting to inflate the pot further. I think we just check, get to showdown, and see what happens. If it's a spade, not a spade. Oh, in fact, it is not just not a spade, it's also an 8, James.
Yep. It is one of the 5 cards that Brammer was looking for. He has rivered the straight.
Wow. And at this point, if I'm Chris, I am about 96% sure I have the best hand at this point. And I am probably all in.
GB, I will allow this joke. Chris Brammer, more like Chris Jammer.
Nice one. We need to be all in here. It's the only way.
Not an all-in.
Nope. Decides to size down.
375,000, a very small bet.
Ooh, you know what, James? I think I prefer this line, honestly. We might even induce some spades to do representing.
Right.
Like that.
Oh,
just like
wow.
that. Just like that.
Induces Arian Hassan Kashani to shove on him, quickly calls and gets the full double up. And just like that, Chris Brammer has gone from being a short stack with 1 foot out the door to being second in chips. And actually, this is the closest anyone has been to Arian at this final table.
James, I'm going to say it right now. That might be my favorite hand of the evening so far. Unreal techers, finding the size down to induce the ace of spades, king of spades shove. Absolutely perfectly executed. And there we have it. Just an absolutely stunning little river there for Chris, but also finding a sizing and a structure to get absolute max. Hats off to Christopher there.
Absolutely. And now we've obviously hyped up Arian Kashani because we just saw him make that deep run inside for us, and he's clearly an accomplished pro. But we should also highlight Christopher Brammer is easily, he's head and shoulders the most distinguished player at this table, with a lot of bottom line results, a lot of live results, total 2.5 million in earnings.
most likely call him, but just double checking, okay? Okay, yeah. That's good, sir. Sitting down, that's dangerous. you know, you all know what you're thinking.
There's there.
Unlucky man.
Wow. Sit down and hold, never seen it.
Unlucky man.
Oh, I didn't recognize it. I didn't realise, I'll be honest.
Yes, you did. You knew when
No,
you
I
told
swear.
me.
I
thought
didn't
you said
realise I
about
won.
him sitting down.
That makes it even better, doesn't it?
No, I swear. I didn't realise.
Good game, man.
Nice, man.
Nice playing with you, man.
I didn't realise I won.
I know.
And I'm not one to stand up.
No, I know.
I ain't stand back down there.
I'm so embarrassed I didn't realise I won. Oh well.
You should have sat down when he saw the 5, you know?
Yeah, I was. No,
I wouldn't choose the 10. Wouldn't choose the 10 as the one to sit down.
Oh, that's a rookie mistake. Fold. No, because when the river came, he was still sitting down. So.
I don't think he knew.
Yeah, I didn't know too.
I don't think he knew.
As soon as he sat down.
Straight
As
away.
soon as he sat down, I knew.
Yeah, I mean, that was a joke, but. Yeah, I expected a queen. Yeah.
Poker's cruel, it's always that way.
The turn gives many out.
Yes.
It's a lack
yes,
of
it
experience,
does.
I think. 2.5, 3, 3.3, 4.
Start with 4.
Thank you.
No worries.
$600. Start with 6, right?
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Roughly. I would have called if you shot.
Did you have a good feeling about it as well?
What, winning it?
That too, yeah.
I mean, no, I didn't really feel anything that one. Massive. Massive. $250.
You're getting spicy there.
Felt it. Watch a stream, I guarantee you would have gone through. Well, not guaranteed, but thank you.
You were so sure you should have got the money in there. Easy saying that now you folded.
Yeah, obviously. No, obviously, you know, that as well. I know what you mean.
Before I fold. So. You can't say it before I fold.
Thank you. Yeah, but I get what you mean. Easy to talk when you know. I get what you mean as well. Works both ways.
Sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't.
That's the game.
Get it in, close your eyes, you find out.
I never said get it in.
You could do. My house keys would be coming out too, you know.
Way more spicy than that. Get it in.
All in.
Phew. Sweaty.
Got a lot of fans, mate. Feels a bit left out, you know.
The local hero. Me?
You know when I needed fans, I had no fans.
I say I don't have any fans. Weird one, I thought. Maybe you're missing.
Hello, poker fans around the world. Are you receiving? Over. This is Nottingham calling. Welcome back to our live coverage of the UKIPT Nottingham main event. I mean, to be fair, you've been able to continue watching the coverage, you just couldn't hear us. But it seems that a server has been rebooted, cables have been reconnected, and here we are, back to watch the action with you guys. James Hartigan and Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. Back in the action, guys. 1, 2, is that 5 remaining?
5 players remaining. So yes, you would have seen the elimination of Yannik Seabrook in 6th place. Yannik cashing for £41,300, which means the final 5 have all locked up, 53,680. And we do have a hand here. Phil Joyce. King 5 under the gun has folded. It's ace deuce suited for Michael Casson, and he's deciding what to do here. And he is going to make a very committing raise here, Nick. It's the virtual all-in.
Yep, has been patiently waiting for moments like this. Ooh, cheeky little one here for Arian. You know, this is around the 10, 11 big blind mark, James, and therefore King Queen might actually be good enough. But does Arian want to take this spot, knowing potentially could be up against plenty of ace combos?
And again, are we about to see a player become a victim of these small suited aces? It did for Daniel Rudd, it did for Nathan Slater. I mean, at least on this occasion, if all the chips go in, Michael Casson will be getting in and ahead.
Yeah, and I think that was the announce all-in to isolate the initial effective all-in. Yeah, and they know they're going to run it. There they go. It's going to be an all-in, and it's going to be pretty close to a flip, James.
Yeah, and just to be clear, slight favorite here.
That's right. 67-33. That sounds just about right. That's probably with card removal again, though, James.
Yeah,
I have to
I was going to say, that must be taking into account folded cards. Normally, King Queen would be a lot.
Yeah, 60-40 probably closer to with unknown cards. Jack, 9-5 on the flop.
Okay, so the gut shot for the chip leader, and Michael knows there is always a sweat, and he is going to have to fade kings, queens, and tens. The turn card is a 6. Ace deuce is holding. Ace high, still the best hand, but the same outs for Arian Kashani. The river is a 10.
Wow.
It's the straight, and that will see Denty done in 5th. Michael Casson cashes out for £53,680. We are down to the final 4. And look at Arian's stack right now. Nearly half the chips in play, more than 18 million chips.
Yeah, absolutely, James. And how many spicy rivers do you want in one day, chat? I know we had to duck out there for just a minute, but if you've been joining us from the start, you would have seen lots and lots of pivotal turn and river cards. And of course, in this situation, that river straight will see our chip leader getting even richer. And at this point, James, I mean, really, it's just who's going to step up and find the strength and find the chips to give Arian a run for his money. Absolutely awesome running here from Arian. Clinical poker, making really good decisions, actually running pretty good in that spot too. I think it was the correct decision. However, I think we dominate too many of the combinations that want to shove from there. We also have too much equity against some of the ones that we don't. And play will continue, four-handed now.
It will indeed. Steve Mooney says, good luck, Parminder, who is a DTD reg. I'm not surprised to see in the final four the two guys who we just watched go deep in an EPT main event. We have Philip Joyce, who came 12th in EPT Cyprus last month. We have Arian Kashani, who came 11th in the same tournament. And then we have Chris Brammer, an online pro and an accomplished live player with 2.5 million in live earnings. And we have Parminder Kandola in the small blind here with Jack 6 offsuit. So he is the shortest stack with just 4 players remaining. Everyone is now guaranteed 69,200 pounds.
Yeah, it looks like Christopher might be just a smidge less.
I don't mind going on break.
Chip leader's left, James. He's got enough chips. He's going to take the next couple levels off. He's walked off.
I mean, I feel bad about it.
Fold your way to the title. It's a winning strategy.
I'm happy to. No?
Exactly.
Literally.
Oh, wow. Is he really going to miss it? He's going to miss a hand here? And his hand will be mucked, I suppose. Looks like the other players are saying, hey, dealer, give him a break. Let's not muck the hand. Let's let him come back. He's on his way back.
Well, look, you know me, Nick. I do not have the strongest constitution. My bladder is somewhat weak.
Yeah.
2-hour blocks, too long without a break. I need to go normally. Playing a tournament with a 1-hour clock, I only go twice during that session. So probably once during the first level and once during the second level, and then again during the break.
I mean, I'm with you, James, but also I'm a big believer in no mercy at the poker table. So, you know, step up or step out. That's what I say. Literally. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's nice when people are kind at the poker table.
I'm down with the online model, by the way, just like the 5 minutes. That's all I need. Is it any longer than 5 minutes?
Yeah, well, every hour as well. So
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I need that regularity. I need once an hour, not once every 2 hours.
I'm not trying to be harsh, but when it comes to live tournament poker, it's slow enough as it is, James. I think we should just no breaks everything. 100% no breaks.
How about this? We'll do a swapsies, right?
Okay.
We get 5-minute breaks every hour in live poker for me to go to the bathroom, and a 75-minute dinner break online on a Sunday.
You're going to bring it back. Okay, fine.
We've got Phil Joyce all in with 3s over the top of Parminder's open. Does not get a customer. And those are the payouts, by the way. So we are now down to 4. Everyone's locked up 69K. 90K for third, 126 grand for the runner-up. Nearly £202,000 for the winner, plus the main event trophy.
It's a pretty trophy too, chat. It's a shard. PokerStars shard.
Yeah, if you win the main event on one of our regional tours, it is a shard, just like it is on the EPT or the NAPT.
One day, James. One day.
They'll let you look at it. I know, Nick.
They'll let me in the same room as the shard.
So funny people bring up that Antonio Svendiari incident, and obviously Antonio was in Vegas with us filming the big game on tour, and I'd completely forgotten about that. It's something that no one mentions to him anymore, because I know that Antonio was legitimately embarrassed about it and has nothing but regret about what he did. I mean, it cost him his place in the tournament, right? He was ejected. He was disqualified from the PCA main event.
Yeah, unfortunately. Phil deciding what to do on the button. The ace-deuce offsuit. I do not hate this fold at all. I like this a lot, actually. Very easy to get outplayed in that situation. Just because you have an ace doesn't mean we necessarily always want to be in there with the open.
Snowman's Num Num all in. And a fold from Arian Kashani.
Yeah, and you see the ace deuce actually avoiding catastrophe there. We definitely would have seen Christopher bang that one in on the small. Does chip up though. Here's another player that's done very well to navigate that shorter stack, James, and find ladders, and still in the mix here for all the money potentially, and just seems really composed. Seems to have a great handle on what he's doing in these moments.
If anyone really doesn't know the Esfandiari story, just Google it. Esfandiari disqualified PCA main event, and you'll get the details.
You wouldn't have a choice, sorry. Because the three of us would agree.
I didn't think it'd be a democracy. I thought it was going to be a dictatorship, you know?
I mean, if you want, we could take the 15-minute break now, but I don't want to have a break and then have another.
Oh, no, of course not. No. We're not having a break and then a break.
I'd be happy to bring the break forward if you want.
I mean, we have to ask the floor.
Floor. Can we do that? He wants to go to the toilet. Can we take our break now and then just play through?
Now, one thing that we should highlight is we can't actually hear the players right now, so it looks like they're asking for an impromptu break. Is this possibly to discuss a deal?
I don't know. Jackets are going on. Do we need jackets for deal discussions, James?
They just want a break.
I guess they just want a break.
Okay, well, no idea how long this break's going to be. Hopefully we'll be back soon here at UKIPT Nottingham at dusk till dawn. Back soon.
bet. The chip count's not updated, is it? No.
Yeah, I think they could close.
It doesn't look like it. It's all good anyway.
Let him lie in it. Let him lie in it. Oh, we're back. Hello, welcome back to Nottingham and the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour. Looks like 3 of the 4 players have returned from this impromptu break. We just need player number 5, or player number 4 even. I can count.
Look at this band of merry men, James.
I see what you did there, Nicholas. I saw the little Nottingham reference there.
The yeah, that's correct. We've already come to the conclusion that Nottingham has been cashing in on the Robin Hood and Merry Men for some time now. So why stop now? Just keep it rolling. Deep in the heart of Sherwood Forest, dusk till dawn.
So one question that was being touted before the players went on that impromptu break was whether they were discussing a deal, whether they were looking at the numbers. From what we understand, the answer to that question is no. They simply wanted a break. They took that break. Yes, I'd argue it was longer than it needed to be, but maybe someone needed more time in the bathroom. I don't want to speculate. I don't want to go into detail. But no, they're not looking at the numbers. No, they're not talking deal. We are playing on.
Yeah, and to your point earlier, James, with Arian having such a huge and commanding chip lead, I don't think deals are going to be in the works until we see a little bit more distribution, shall we say. And if that doesn't happen, we may just have the runaway full 200K plus winner on our hands right there. The man in orange, or potentially red, we're not sure. AK symbols everywhere, looking like Robin Hood with the mask up. Let's see how we get on with the A6 blind v blind. This might just be a shove.
Well, actually, with the face mask, he looks more like a highwayman than Robin Hood.
Oh, yes, quite right.
Dick Turpin.
And also, the rich can't steal from the poor. That's not how that works. As we see here, the rich stealing from Parminder. Slightly too deep to shove. I actually think that was probably the right line. And you prefer to be stealing there as the chip leader rather than finding limps, just because you can wield that big stack and try and generate some folds pre-flop. 45% of the chips in play.
Yeah, approaching. Well, we did have nearly half the chips at play at one point. Slipped a little bit, but still 17.5 million is a decent chip lead ahead of Phil Joyce, the other player who made a deep run in EPT Cyprus last month. And to answer your question, just fold. No, we do not believe any deal has been made. We do not believe any deal has been discussed. They are currently playing for the advertised payouts. I would say that with nearly half the chips in play at a 4-handed final table, I would be surprised if Arian Kashani was willing to entertain any conversation about looking at the numbers and redistributing the prize money.
That's right.
Strag asking about whether deals are allowed at DTD. As this is running under PokerStars live rules, deals will be facilitated and overseen by tournament director Nick O'Hara.
Oh, just one moment.
So we've had Chris Brammer open with King Queen of Strawberries. Parminder Kandola with Ace-9 in the small blind.
I think this probably ends up going in the bin, James.
Just playing your cards.
It looks like Chris is trying to get a little bit of a read here. You know, just tell me you got 7s or something and I'll give you a spin. Both players have locked up a very substantial sum at this point, but I feel like we're still probably going to end up putting King, Queen of Hearts in the bin here. Still have a decent wedge of big blinds to play with if we fold. Yeah, seems good.
Does let it go. So Murat says, I want to enter a tournament, and as soon as it starts, stand up and try to convince everyone to take a deal of like $4 each. That is not a million miles away from an idea that Joe Stapleton floated about 5 years ago called the Bubble-less tournament.
Yeah.
And the idea of this is to ensure that you can easily get a flag on your Hendon mob page. So if a festival, let's say the EPT goes to Prague, and Nick Walsh is like, I don't have a Czech flag on my Hendon mob page. If I play the Bubble-less tournament, I'm guaranteed a cash of at least €1, which will mean I get the flag. So the prize money's not evenly distributed. It's not an even chop, but the payouts start at €1 and work up with every elimination. So it's so the prize money pays out 100% of the field.
Right. This was also the man that thought it'd be a good idea to run a mystery bounty where you might pull envelopes that eliminate you from the tournament.
No, that was my idea.
Was that yours?
My idea was that you should have a mystery bounty where there are forfeit prizes as well. But let's turn it into a proper game show.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. All the bells and whistles.
No, now you owe us 100,000.
I think if Spin and Go Max is allowed to be on the PokerStars client, then anything goes tournaments should also be available at EPTs and UKIPTs.
To be fair, the mystery bounty is not a million miles away from Joe's tournament with the randomized prize pool, right? Where the payouts are top 15% and but then they're jumbled up.
Right.
So, hey, you could bust. You be the first to bust and get first place prize money. You don't know which place is going to get what payout.
Wait, but was it also Joe that thought we should do a structure where we don't know where the bubble is? So it's just a randomized bubble at the start. We decide how many places we pay out.
Nick, not all of his ideas are good, just to be clear.
I don't know. I love that idea. I mean, there's not going to be any more time wasting at the bubble. There's a look at our chip counts, guys. Christopher is the shortest stack here. Still has around 20 big blinds, though. Nobody super danger zone here.
We're playing 125,000, 250,000 blinds, so around 20 bigs for the shortest stack at the table.
A couple of people saying that would be a good idea for the Chat Pro Poker Show. Speaking of the Chat Pro Poker Show, if you guys have never taken part, ! CPPS in the chat. We haven't decided yet, but myself and Strag, of course, are the sort of masterminds behind that. We might be doing a Christmas special, James.
Right.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
I'm not laughing at the Christmas special. I was laughing at the use of the word masterminds.
Yeah, we might be doing a Christmas special with extra prizes and extra fun and extra variants. And it might even be another Golden Goose protocol. You never know. We'll have to wait and see.
One thing that was weird, actually, just going back to a serious point, when Strag was asking about DTD rules, about deals at the final table, whilst most of the UKIPT has played under the standard PokerStars structures and T's and C's, the Mystery Bounty didn't. The Mystery Bounty played under Dusk Till Dawn's format, which is that the bounties don't come into play until you're down to 9. It's only at the final table.
Right.
And I have to say, I'm less in favour of that than I am a standard Mystery Bounty, which I'm also not a fan of.
Yeah. All right, little action here.
Having seen, by the way, a PKO run quite smoothly and effectively at UKIPT Malaga, I do think that you can do live PKOs, and I would like to see that become a more popular format.
As somebody who's not good at PKOs, I say no. Keep it vanilla for Nick.
I'm purely fighting for the PKO in place of the Mystery Bounty. I'm not saying that everything should be a PKO. I'm just saying that you could have a PKO on the schedule either alongside or instead of the Mystery Bounty.
This is how it starts. This is how it starts, James. Next thing you know, 100% PKOs live as well. Good question from BG Stewart here. Approximately how few remaining big blinds put someone in the danger zone?
It's sub 10.
Sub 10?
Yeah.
What about the hyper danger zone?
Sub 5.
Okay. What about the super hyper danger zone?
That's like if you've got like 1 or 2. That's like kind of Bendinelli status.
Bendinelli status. Flexinelli. Pretty big pot now. 1.95 million in the middle. And the chip leader gets it done.
7 for 7.
Those are the payouts, James. Pretty spicy. 201,900 up top.
Govinda says the live PKOs in Malta were brilliant, ran so well, could definitely take off and be everywhere soon. So let me bite at this comment from Strag. Live PKO, terrible idea. Why? I've experienced it, it worked fine. Govinda's experienced it, worked fine. Gibraltarian experienced it, worked fine. What's your problem, Strag? Come on. I'll let you use more than a sentence. In one paragraph, summarize.
You're only addressing half of that sentence, though. Final table only mystery bounties we have put into place for like the last 4 Chat Pro Poker shows. Fantastic format, world-class content.
I just don't like mystery bounties, full stop.
That's fair. That's actually fair. But still, if we're going to do them, that's actually a fun way to do it.
It's a fad, and I am sticking to that assertion. Even if the main event at every major series becomes a mystery bounty, I will still die on this hill. They are a fad. So it's an under-the-gun raise from Phil Joyce with ace-9. And this is likely to get through. 6-2 suited for Parminder. He folds. When was the next live one? That was one in Belgium, right?
It was in Namur. I was at the first one, yes.
That's in Belgium.
Yes.
And when was it?
2019.
So pre-pandemic?
Yes.
5 years ago?
Yeah.
So clearly things have moved on a bit since then, and they probably found a better way of running it than when Strag experienced it.
Those two stuck together.
Well, that was a good Lex Live, though, I got to say.
Like two, if it makes sense, together. Yeah. Yeah. No, they were like little centimeter apart.
So four-handed play at the final table here in Nottingham. The UKIPT main event, the final four from 1,282 entries.
All right, pocket eights here. Let's get it going. I think we just min-raise here. No need to go too wild. There you go. Chip leader, kings. Okay, this time, guys, we might see it get spicy. Those ochos, man, they get a lot of people in trouble here, and rightly so. Cannot be raised folding off of 20 bigs lightly, although we might see it here still. I think we're going to see a teeny tiny 3-bet. I think we're going to see 1.25 million. That's my prediction. I'm sticking with it.
This could be a disaster for Chris Brammer.
It really could. This actually could be it for Chris, but let's see how we go. The prediction is 1.25 mil. And the bet is...
Wow, what before the bet can even be confirmed. Oh, sorry, it was Parminder who folded. Sorry, I thought we'd seen the snap fold from the eights, but no.
No, it wasn't right there. Okay, I'm taking that prediction as a win. I'm sorry. The 275 is equivalent. There's an all-in from the eights. You got to shove here. And King's going to be loving this. Arian is about to get it in, about 80% favorite.
Wow, this is a horrible spot for Chris Brammer, who's already reaching for his stuff. This is a domination situation in the chip leader's favor. And there is an 8
oh my.
In the window.
Not the ocho.
And with a king folded pre, Arian's drawing to 1 out. Just one card for Chris Brammer to fade.
Oh, man, what a spot.
And that is going to see Chris Brammer double up and pretty much tie. Well, maybe not tied, but very close to Arian Kashani with the chip lead. Phil, Chris, and Arian all around 10 million, 13 million. And then Parminder bringing up the rear.
Yeah, I tell you one thing, James. You never see this kind of stuff online. Unbelievable. Live poker confirmed rigged. Now, very unfortunate spot there for Arian, of course. Plays the hand perfectly. I think the eights have also played their hand perfectly there as well. Obviously, running into kings is never fun, but against the chip leader, 3-betting from that position, we cannot let ourselves get bullied. We need to get that in. It's just good poker. Sometimes they'll have kings, not important. I think eights is just a mandatory get in there, and obviously sometimes it will go in your favor. So with that massive swing, James.
Yes.
We can see, obviously, two stacks starting to get a little closer here. Christopher, of course, around the 10 million mark.
So I now have a theory.
Okay.
Regarding all the people who are asking every 50 seconds, deal? Deal? If Parminder were to be eliminated, I could imagine that the final three might look at the numbers, especially now that Arian no longer has that monster advantage. Still has more than a third of the chips in play, but it's reasonably evenly distributed between the three of them.
That's exactly right, James, and that's kind of what we see quite often here as we get into the later stages. Not only because there's more money to chop with fewer players, but also, of course, the distributions tend to level out naturally as we're seeing under these circumstances. I would say eights versus kings, kind of an unnatural distribution, but still, like I said, no shade on Chris. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to play the hand, and sometimes we get lucky. That's why we call it poker.
Okay, well, Parminder's picked up jacks here.
And I'd love to see Parminder just starting this with the min. I think that's pretty standard.
Gets a fold from Phil Joyce.
Kind of sizes up here, James. That's interesting.
A fold from Chris Brammer and potentially a fold here from Arian Kashani with the queen three.
Nah, got to defend at least once here. Too pretty four-handed.
Well, a couple of thoughts on the deal conversations. Andrew Clough says Arian won't deal unless it's plus EV. Declan Turner says only poor people make deals.
Oh, good Lord.
So that's 99% of poker players, right?
At least the tournament players, yeah. No, I think that's a silly thing to say. So we did see the slight size up here from Parminder. I'm assuming a player who sizes up jacks four-handed will also probably have a large continue on this flop should Arian decide to check. Still the option, though. Still a potential for a lead. Well, we were actually talking about a spot just like this, James, where we do some leading on these textures that favor the big blind. Did he say all in?
He did.
He just wants to bang it?
Bang, bang.
He wants to give it the Wolfgang? The overbet shove on 6-7-4. I mean, I said size up, James. I wasn't anticipating this.
Well, I mean, strictly speaking, it was a size up. I mean, substantially, but still sizing up.
Yeah, strikes me as kind of scared poker, but it will be successful, and of course is probably going to be fine in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and what we see now is Parminder starting to catch up with the other two, and the chips starting to even out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is how I would play jacks, right? Because I'd be like, great, 3 low cards. I don't want to see an ace, a king, or a queen on the turn or river. Get it in now while I think I'm still ahead.
Yeah. I mean,
and I'm not saying that's correct.
Yeah.
But that's definitely how I would end up playing it.
I mean, look, the shove on that flop is definitely not a mistake. It's just perhaps not what people might consider optimal. However, that's
optimal,
not to say,
schmoptimal.
You know, who cares? You're winning the chips. That's what counts, James. There you go. Play the results.
We don't measure anything else. Ace-3, the raise small to big, and 7-6 suited for Parminder.
Yeah, we need to be at least calling here, and I don't see why we would want to do anything else really. It's just a really nice hand to play in absolute position. Don't forget, guys, once it's folded round to small blind, big blind has absolute position, the same as the button might have done had it been played. Why would we want to jeopardize this hand when we have a really good opportunity to take it to the flop and actually realize the equity?
Exactly, and flop a pair because the 7 is always coming.
That 7 is always coming. Arian decides to check.
Oh no, 95 says, has James's widget already calculated how many players we will have at the end of the day? It has. It's calculated we will have 1 player at the end of the day. Thank you for your question. Bizarre for the widget. Without it, are we going to end with 2? 3? Is someone going to come back and we'll end with 5?
I don't know. I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say I think we definitely end with 1 left. Okay, no bets from the 6-7. And the river is a 9. Parminder should feel pretty confident they have the best hand at this stage.
Yeah.
But, and Arian will almost definitely try and take the ace high to showdown at this point. Why would you turn ace high into a bluff on this board? I don't think it makes much sense. And Parminder probably not the type to go for thin value, so we'll just check back and take it down with the 7.
So still displaying 5th place prize money, even though only 4 players remain. 69k locked up, 90k for 3rd, 126 grand for the runner-up, and £202,000 for the winner.
What a score. Feels fantastic.
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 mil now.
Tom disagrees. I don't think we will end with 1 player. I'll bite Tom. What are you predicting then? Because the tournament has to finish today. Now, granted, it could go into the early hours of the morning, and strictly speaking, once it gets past midnight. But if we include up to and including 4 a.m. as being today, do we all agree that we'll end with 1 player? 1 player with all of the chips, the big cash money, and the nice shiny trophy. That's right, Tom. It's a tournament day, not a calendar day.
Every day is poker day.
0 players are left. No, you're left with 1 player with all of the chips. You see them in the picture. They're holding up their cards, big smile on their face, trophy. Every chip at the table.
Arian here, 9s.
That's right, Bizafa. The player gets to keep all the chips. Every event we replace them. Little Inkling says there can never be one player. What is this player playing and against whom? Have you heard of Solitaire? Have you heard of Solitaire Clash? Because I saw this video where this woman in a supermarket got it downloaded to her phone and she makes £200 a day. Nine still ahead on this ace, deuce, deuce flop.
I'm interested to see what 9s do. I think we just check probably. I think the bet is totally fine as well. The issue with sort of betting on these boards is probably unlikely to get tons of action, especially when we have the 9 of spades. We're blocking some of the flush combos. King highs still might float, however. Smaller pairs might still float, however. Spades that still exist might float, however. I don't think you can go wrong is really the situation there. I think perhaps the check might be an interesting line though as well, and slow things down for deception's sake. Maybe get some value from a hand that improves on turn or river, potentially convince your opponent to try and rep something. Spare yourself a little change if they do indeed have one of those random deuce combos. I think probably on the FT four-handed there aren't as many deuce combinations that still continue as one might think. So in reality, just betting is going to be fine too. Here is a pretty hand.
8-7 of clubs in the small blind for Phil Joyce.
Yeah, we're going to play this one. I think we start with a call. Here's the call. Christopher with the Jack-7 offsuits. Probably do a little checking, a little raising here. Decides to check it on this occasion.
Ten, 6, 4. It's a gut shot for Phil.
Double gut shot for Phil.
A double belly buster.
It's a double belly buster, James. Yeah.
It's kind of
fire
where I'm at right now, by the way, after the spicy chicken pasta. It's a double belly buster.
And what is Phil's line here? Facing that raise in position. That raise from in position, I should say. Are we check raising, James?
Check and raise is allowed. Oh dear.
Yeah, not a lot of response from the Jack-7, I would imagine. But maybe Chris has other plans. So far, has found some alternative lines that have been very successful indeed. Still think that that little induce lead on the river when he made the straight earlier was one of my favorite hands of the session so far. Managed to convince the ace of spades to bluff very successfully. Oh, my days.
Wow. I legitimately thought we were going to see a fold, and we get the 3-bet from Brammer with just jack high. Yes, it's the best hand, but come on, this is pretty awesome. And so hard for Phil to continue in the hand.
Yeah, a question just remains, James. Is the price a little bit too good to fold the double belly buster right here, right now, with that much dead in the middle already?
Oh, it's so gross.
I mean, it is just a blender spot. I don't care what you say. I don't care what the outcome is either. This is such a blender spot.
This is where you're also kicking yourself, right? If I just called,
Well,
I could have seen a bloody turn card. And instead, here I go check raising, and now he's 3-bet to 2 bloody million.
Yeah, and you know, these are interesting.
I don't know, by the way, if that's what Phil Joyce's internal monologue is saying, but it's an approximation. In one universe, that's what's happening.
Did decide to ramp up the variance and kind of getting exactly what he asked for. I don't know, James. I feel like we still kind of priced in for the 1.15. It looks like Phil agrees.
Okay. Well, this pot is getting out of control. 8 high versus jack high, and there's 4.75 million in the middle.
And the turn.
Turn is the 6 of diamonds pairing the board. So Chris Brammer becomes a 4-1 favorite with jack high.
And I think Phil is only really allowed to check now. Don't think we have leads, but maybe he has other plans. Would love to see some more madness, because so far this one is going way off the tracks already. And it looks like he's reaching for chips. 4.75 in the middle. And leads for 650K.
Wow. So weird. You bet the flop and get raised. Now, just to be clear, you check raise the flop and get re-raised. And now you lead the turn?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I guess what he's trying to say is, I have a 6. Which is a hand that you could believably hold here, but, you know, do we check raise with the 6, James? Do you check raise with a hand like King 6 of spades or something?
No.
Right, so it's an interesting line, because what he's trying to do is say, I might have a 6, which might slow down Chris in a way where he can still get to the draw for cheap, or potentially even convince him to fold if he had air on the flop. I mean, look at the Jack 7. Put yourself in his shoes right now. You're hating life.
You're hating life, but what is this line meant to represent? Well, Brammer has decided to think better of it and has folded.
Wow.
Chips go to Phil Joyce, who's chipped up to 11.3 million. And that will see him closing in on chip leader Arian Kashani. And Chris Brammer is once again the shortest stack of the table, but with 7 million chips is not short stacked.
Yeah, correct. And look, guys, you asked for action today. We've had nothing but action. We've had a lot of very, very sexy poker. We've had a lot of dramatic runouts. And that hand of poker is probably my second favorite, if not now my favorite hand from this session. So much leveling going on there, guys. A lot of unusual poker being played, but obviously being done with a lot of real intention, right? Not just blind firing, just putting a man to a test without thought. A lot of real leveling going on, and that shows you the level that poker has gotten to here in Nottingham. And these guys are some serious poker minds. Love to see it.
And it's being done with flair.
20 seconds. 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Flair indeed.
Clock comes in play at 300. Clock?
It just makes no sense, Anna.
Spraggy for Phil Joyce. No, he's shaking his head. He knows. He knows. Don't do it. No. This unlikely to work out for him as he raises to 500k on the button. King Jack for Chris Brammer.
Chris perhaps thinking about a 3-bet not all in. Might be a little bit too deep to shove. Perhaps just a call as well. I think you can do a little bit of everything, but if we know something about Chris thus far, he's going to lean towards the aggressive line.
And the aggressive line is the line he is taking.
James, this is why you don't play the Spraggy.
$1.75 million, yeah?
And this is why you don't play the Spraggy. No, fair enough. I'm only joshing. I think Phil does everything right there. Nice move. Christopher is doing an excellent job there of putting the moves on.
Okay, so we're getting reports from the north of England that the snow has started. What's the deal here in Nottingham? Is it snowing outside?
Is it snowing in knots? All right, we're gonna send Raksha off to go and check.
We need a status report. Seriously, if the trains aren't running tomorrow, I'm just gonna, I'll lose my mind.
Okay, James, we've got the PokerStars chopper on standby. It's not as nice as the jet. It's not as nice as the jet, but you know we'll have to make do with the knots to London PS chopper. Uh-oh, Spraggy time again. This time Chris will show us how to play it.
Folding, that's what you should be doing.
Chris opens to 6. And our chip leader, but not as chip leading as once before. Again, probably a reasonable 3-bet candidate. Probably a reasonable calling candidate. Uh-oh. James can confirm it is snowing.
FML.
It's snowing in Nottingham. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas out here in Notts.
If we had any infrastructure in this country that could cope with poor weather, I wouldn't be worried. But I just know that the entire country will grind to a halt tomorrow.
Jack says we can borrow the PokerStars snowmobile if we need to.
I wish that was actually a thing. So yeah, what's very similar situation to the previous hand. Button raised with ace-7, the 3-bet with a worse hand, but a hand that has solid equity, and a very difficult situation for the player with the ace-7. Had they just open folded it in both instances, they would have saved themselves some chips.
Exactly right.
Paul, I hope you're right. Paul says it will not settle.
I mean, when has Paul ever led us wrong?
Paul is a trustworthy name, Nick.
Absolutely.
Nathan backs him up. You good? It ain't settling. Wicked 618 says, can't you just stay in a hotel? That, yes, I need to get home. I have a flight first thing Wednesday morning. So tomorrow I need to get the train from Nottingham to London. And the trains are notoriously unreliable and sometimes don't run at all when the weather's bad.
Yeah, I mean, that, and also I need to be in Leeds for an extremely important poker tournament, and I can't miss that.
In all seriousness, I do think you're going to struggle. Leeds and Bradford, the weather up there is really, really harsh right now.
In all seriousness, there will be many heartbroken individuals if I don't make it up to Leeds tomorrow, and I can't have that on my conscience. We're going to have to call in the shopper.
Nick, I do believe there are at least 2 or 3 employees in the Leeds office who've heard of you, and they would definitely tolerate your presence.
Thanks, mate. That means a lot. That means a lot to me, buddy. He'll cry, James. In any case, four-handed still here in Nottingham at Dusk Till Dawn.
Did you see my card then?
I didn't.
King 10 again for Arian.
I'm not the guy you should be worried about.
Okay.
No, I didn't see it, but it wasn't flashed in my direction. That's what I'm probably
600.
Raise 600,000.
Maybe. Who knows?
Raise 600,000.
Parminder on the button with a suited ace this time. Just decides to ditch it. I do wonder if we need to be playing that one there. Not quite sure what the line is, but suited ace is in position at this point in the tournament to play pretty well. Yellow Cat in the chat says, I've got my ice tires ready. Well, Yellow Cat, I might be calling upon you to collect me and drive me there if needs be. So, you know, make sure you're ready to go with Break of Dawn tomorrow. Jack high flop, 3 diamonds though. Arian's equity here going to be really good, James. Probably in the 50% range. Almost exactly 50%, as we can see here. And we'll start with a check from out of position. Bet of 350K. Is it already gone bet call? Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, it has.
Well, 10 on the turn gives Arian a pair. Brammer near enough a 7-3 favourite. I'm enjoying the little Proclaimers rendition I'm seeing on YouTube right now.
Wait just a second, though, James. I think Christopher might be polarizing here. I think Christopher might be polarizing here. 2.35 in the middle. What's the size? We got to be leading this river.
What was the bet?
23.50.
How much?
And
21.50.
has it already gone bet call?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the size? Quick, quick, quick.
Wow, went for full pot.
Yep, that was the polar.
Full pot, and for the first time at this final table, we have a new chip leader. Chris Brammer is the chip leader, and in fact, Arian Kashani has dropped down into 3rd place.
That was the Polar Express sizing we were looking for. Absolutely perfectly executed from Chris once again.
Meanwhile, 9 players remain in the UKIPT Mystery Bounties. That means the bounties are now in effect, right? Only at the final table. Oh, apparently at the last 7. Okay. Who's in the final 9? Oh, this Foggin guy. Oh, and Barney Boatman. Barney Boatman has made the final table of the UKIPT Mystery Bounty.
Oh, my days. Does he ever lose? Chat, does he ever lose?
Yeah, he didn't win this.
Ballet, please. Thank you.
Yeah. 9-6 again, is that?
I think 10.
So,
Hi, love, can I get
button raise
garlic prawn?
from Phil Joyce with King 9. Chris Brammer with 6s in the small blind.
Okay, thank you.
You have like 95?
Just under 10, I think.
We're already close.
Wicked 618 says, I call a cash a win. Tell that to Spraggy.
It's a really tricky one now. Very technical spot. Phil opens. Both players pretty deep stacked at this point, though. I mean, sort of relatively speaking. Chris just decides to flat. I might have been tempted just to let this one go, honestly. It feels like such an awkward stack to have a call with the pair this low, but again, default to Christopher's wisdom. Arian, obviously a pretty good price to also call multi-way with the suited jack. Everything seems pretty good so far. And the flop.
8-8 deuce. I mean, there are worse boards in the world for 6s, Nick.
There are, but you know, whenever you call in the small blind, James, you so often invite the big blind to join you. And as soon as you're multi-way in the small blind, it just starts to feel like a very tricky circumstance to try and, you know, win the pot at showdown or just any navigation that doesn't involve you hitting a 6. Checks round to Phil, who is, of course, in position, also checks. 10 of diamonds on the turn. You know, if you can guarantee to get yourself heads up with the 6s, obviously seems very playable, but from the small blind, it will be very difficult to navigate, even with the extra 1 opponent in there. And on the turn, this is an opportunity for Phil to start firing.
Just let me get the drinks orders in. That's what's important right now.
That's important, yeah. Does check.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, that's a jack on the river. That will give Arian top pair.
check. Sorry.
Now Arian just needs to decide if there's a bet. I think we feel good about putting some chips in here for sure. I don't feel like this is a spot where we get raised on the river as a bluff too often, James. So I think we feel pretty good about putting chips in. Like, even if your opponent has a hand as strong as King Jack, I think they pretty often find a call on this river. You think Queen 9 probably would have semi-bluffed at some point here. Jack 10 probably would have represented at some point here. There's an argument that, you know, even like Jack 9 would have potentially sort of semi-bluffed the turn.
Come on, Phil.
This is not a ridiculous sort of combo to turn into a bluff, having said that. You are blocking the Queen 9 straight. That is relevant here, but again, ask yourself, is this how I would have played that hand? Perhaps not. Phil is aware of the fact that they have some cards here that might give them permission to kind of go for a raise on this river, but I don't think this is how Phil plays an 8 or 10s or jacks or Queen 9 or Jack 9. But he's going to be bold. He's going for it.
Wow.
And again, I just applaud this, James. Like, I absolutely love to see these guys, you know, getting out of the box here, putting people in tricky situations. It's one thing to call the action, but it's also another thing altogether to be in that position and have the courage and the gumption to stick the chips in here. Raises to 2.8. These guys are really playing at a high level. And the question is, does Arian put it all together here? Again, just kind of going through what we were just discussing. Is this really how Phil plays deuces full? Is this how he played quad? Is this how he would play quad 8s? Would he play trip 8s like this? Would he play 10-8 like this, Jack 8? There are a lot of good hands here that perhaps wouldn't have been played in this manner. Because really what he's trying to say is Queen 9 is exactly what I have. It's so hard for Phil to play jacks like this or 10s like this. Is that the call?
Wow.
Let's go.
That was a very, very well-timed bluff and an amazing call as well. Well played both players, but it is Arian Kashani who's the beneficiary of that pot, the beneficiary of those chips, and has reclaimed the chip lead with nearly 14 million.
Yeah, and look, I'm a huge fan of the way Phil plays that hand. But really, when you go through it, was there enough believability in the story? We talk about stories in poker. We talk about, does my line make sense? Does my bluff make sense? Perhaps there wasn't enough value in the way that hand was played, and just obviously decided his hand was good enough to continue. Great call, and I believe that must be the chip lead reclaimed.
Indeed. Back in the catbird seat.
This has been quite the final table, James. Very pleased we had the opportunity to cover some of this. These guys are not messing around. The level of finesse and technique at this table, the leveling wars, the outlandish bluffs, the bravery, it's just all there. And it's there's been some real standout hands for me during this session so far.
And I do think that we have, and look, this is not meant with any disrespect to Parminder Kandola, who has done a great job to get to this final table and have locked up at least 69k. But I do feel that we are watching the three best players right now in Arian, Chris, and Phil.
Yeah. No, absolutely. They just seem to have just a slightly better grasp. I mean, in particular, that Jack's hand kind of stands out a little bit of a sort of reckless sort of panic shove from the Jacks in that spot, which of course is never going to be bad, but we are looking at some pretty high level stuff here.
Obviously, A7 suited is a different beast. And in this occasion is the huge favorite on this board.
Yeah, and does the 10 represent a card that Arian can use to continue barreling? You know, if Arian has been paying attention to Parminder's game, or perhaps has the information on, you know, what's happened here at the final table, might be a little bit more aggressive against this individual, maybe expecting just a slightly tighter calling range on average. As played, check, check, and we're at the river. 1.5 million in the middle.
And the board bricks out for Arian Kashani. And Neil Garrett observing that Parminder stands a great chance of laddering if these three keep going at it.
Yeah, absolutely needs to be said. You know, the power of patience is still a very real part of the game. And I think probably with the check on the turn, Parminder's range becomes a little bit too capped and we need to fire. And I think if we do, we go pot or above pot. I want to know what the bet was though. Yeah, slight over there, James. Perfect. 2 million. That's exactly where you want to live if you're gonna pull a line like that. And you know, in reality, sometimes what we do is we semi-bluff flop and we get a lucky river, and we want to have larger sizings to get paid when our opponent does have that call. And we also want to be able to bluff, especially when we have blockers to perhaps the straight or something like that on the river. But a very nice little move there. And again, just shows a lot of finesse in Arian's game. Jack 10 suited, so pretty on the button. Starts to employ some limping here. That's interesting. But queens for Parminder.
Oh, wow.
And Arian actually in a kind of an interesting situation now, James. Like, this is a 4x ISO, but Jack 10 suited just does so well in position, especially in underinflated pots here. I think we probably do just see a call quite often. And there it is. So we're going to a flop. Queens obviously doing very well against Jack 10 suited pre-flop, but Jack 10 suited, one of those hands with so much potential. And the flop is King 9-5, just the one diamond. Already 3 million dead in the middle. 5.65 in Parminder's stack. And starts by slowing down. And looks like Arian is going to load up. So 3 million in the middle. I don't think we have to bet big here if we want to start applying pressure. Looks like a bet of 750K. All right, and a call.
Eight, 9, 10, Jack. That's an open-ended straight draw, Nick.
That's right, James.
I mean, I was thinking because Parminder has 2 queens, there's no way the queen's coming. But that would be the ultimate sickness card on the river.
It would, and honestly, at this point, I'm not a super confident about what the line should be here. I like the bet on the flop from Arian. I like the size as well. Once we arrive here, though, James, it feels like our opponent probably does have significant showdown. I would argue queens on this texture is a very significant hand. It's a question as to whether or not we just want to shove or perhaps take our equity. And goes for max pain here. Queens is an absolutely beautiful bluff catcher, it has to be said, but there was no flush draw on the flop, James. That makes this even harder, because if it's like 9-5 of hearts or 9-5 of spades with the king of hearts or something like that, and then they shove the turn, they can still have, you know, flush draws, sometimes a straight draw here, sometimes they have a combination of both. But he's putting Parminder in the blender here, and this is really good poker, regardless of the outcome. Again, I just feel like this is great stuff, and he's really drilling into the kinds of hands that Parminder might check on this flop. I would love to know what happens here, James, if Parminder puts in a really small continuation bet, because then the texture and the strength of his hand can be very strong and not so capped as we see here. When he checks on this texture, I think he ends up with a lot of hands like queens and jacks and tens, maybe ace queen, maybe ace jack. Oh, this is a tough one for sure. And I think honestly the call is not ridiculous, even though of course we know how hard it can be to make in the moment under pressure with the cameras on under the lights.
After 3 long days of poker with several hours still to go. And again, regardless of whether this gets called or not, I really admire the move.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Arian.
Absolutely. The only thing I might say here, James, is the kind of hands that Arian limps the button with and then calls. Yeah, nice move. Well done, buddy. Very good play there from the Jack-10. I was just going to say quick, James, I feel like if they do have a king here, perhaps they're not going to be very good kings, right? Ace-king isn't going to play their hand like this. King-queen might not even play their hand like this. So are we really going to end up with a king strong enough to bet flop and shove turn with? But in any case, it doesn't matter. Pressure is what counts, and pressure prevails. As we see our chip leader stacking up once again, not deterred by that momentary blip.
It was so obvious.
So right now we are at the 150,000, 300,000 blind level.
Nah, he had a straight 6-7, right? I don't even know.
And it is a monster stack for Arian Kashani. Parminder all in on the button and gets folds.
7 to go.
Maybe a bit of frustration after the queen's hand. I mean, if you get it all in pre, they can't outplay you post-flop, right?
That's right.
That's how I feel anyway. 4 players remaining, so 69K locked up, 200K up top. The champion of this year's UKIPT Nottingham main event. Slightly larger field than last year. Great to see this event grow year on year. 1,282 total entries. 193 places paid. There was 193 players returning yesterday for day 2. They played down to 21. 21 came back today, and now we're down to 4 at the final table.
Is that another shove? Okay, this is getting reckless now.
We should have a break in 28
I don't
minutes, no?
condone it, but I do understand it.
Why is
If
it
you
every 3
feel that
hours?
you're being exploited, if you feel you're being outplayed, if you feel that
They really
you
wanna get rid
can't
of it.
play these guys through the streets,
Oh,
let's just take the
okay, I see.
guessing out of it.
Are we okay
Increase
to
the
maybe take,
variance.
like, a
I'm all
2-3
in.
minute
Cole, if
toilet
you think you
break?
can
Not a
beat
full
me,
one,
come on.
just a toilet one?
Yeah, and just
guys
like
happy
that,
with that?
6.4 million for Parminder.
No, just
Meaning
now,
Phil Joyce is
2-3
now the
minutes,
shortest
toilet,
stack.
come
And
back.
is there conversation about an impromptu break?
Okay. Okay. Can you pause the clock for 2 minutes, toilet break? We don't want a full break, just
They're thinking, yeah, like, you know, James has been on for like a little bit and he hasn't had a toilet break. Like, give the guy a chance.
I think, should we do some bad lip reading? He's saying, I don't know about you, I think James Hardigan's a legend. And the other guy's going...
And he deserves to go to the bathroom. So we'll do the same. We'll have a sympathy pee break. And yes, we will also take a brief hiatus from the action and return very shortly. This is not a scheduled break, so it'll probably be like 2 to 3 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Action about to resume here in Nottingham, UKIPT. We are back, they are back, and action has resumed here at Dusk Till Dawn, the main event from the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour in Nottingham. These four players competing for the trophy and a first prize of more than 200 grand. We play on until we have a champion this evening.
Insider information.
Right now it is Arian Kashani who holds the chip lead, who holds the advantage. The other three players at the table: Phil Joyce, Chris Brammer, and Parminder Kandola.
Hi, can I get some sauces for this?
Jordan says, I hope everyone washed their hands. Of course, we're not animals.
Sriracha mayo? No sriracha. Can I get some ketchup, please? Quite a bit, please. Yes, thank you.
Can I order...
Shout out once again to the DTT staff. Very, very good out there handling a huge, huge field. Managing to get all the drinks and everything out there to everyone. I'm hoping that they start drinking here, James. Let's see some action.
We've got deuces versus king six, and it is an ace queen three flop, but deuces are officially still ahead.
I think Chris is going to bet one big blind.
And that bet of 350,000, slightly over a big blind, gets a fold.
Ugh, they keep having to prove me wrong. I'm always off by 50.
Jordan says, I was playing there yesterday. The club sandwich is good. I haven't tried the club sandwich.
Yeah, I thought the food has been pretty good out here.
The portions are too large. I do feel that a lot of food goes to waste. Either people are eating too much or they're leaving food on their plate.
We're halfway there, mate, you know?
And look, just a bit of business advice, right? You can cut the portion size. Don't need to change your prices. It's all cash in the bank. Extra on the bottom line.
Little free business advice for it there for you, chap. Mitagi asking, where's the next stop in the tour, lads? Well, it depends which tour you're talking about, but we...
Well, hang on a second. If you're talking about the UK and Ireland Poker Tour, this is it. This is the last event of the year.
Yes.
So there were 3 official UKIPT stops this year, plus the Irish Open, which counted towards the leaderboard. So yes, this sees the conclusion of the UK Tour. There are events all over the place, though. I mean, there is another UK event next weekend, the Women's Poker Festival at the Hippodrome.
That's right.
And then, of course, we've got the event in Brazil right now, the BSOP Millions. The European Poker Tour will be going to Prague just before Christmas, and that will be our next live stream as we see Phil Joyce all in here with Queen 9, comes over the top of Brammer's Open, and Chris folds the King 9.
Did you just have the one bullet in Cyprus?
Yeah.
Nice. How many in this? Really?
I'm both sat in.
Wow.
Both sat in.
Don't ask me, mate. Took me a really long time to break even, you know?
Someone. I sat in both. First split both. That's insane. And I had more than one ticket in both as well.
What a life.
Crazy someone. Both over 1,000.
All right. Arian's going to fold at UTG. However, this is not Arian. This is Parminder. What has he got?
He's got 7-5 offsuit on the button.
Just going to put it in the bin. Bro in the chat says it's a good thing you can eat right there. That is true. We also have 5 guys next door and James's favorite, Nando's.
The Mercedes-Benz S-Class of fast food establishments. Sadly, the Chiquitos has closed down. Frankie and Benny's has been gone for years. There is, however, also a cinema and a bowling alley within walking distance.
Yeah.
Everything else is a short drive away.
The bowling alley is one of those luxe bowling alleys where you get like armchairs as well and you can recline, which I love, but also always fall asleep in.
There was nothing about that venue I would describe as luxe.
What, have you been to see a film?
Oh, this. You said the bowling alley.
Oh no, at the cinema.
Oh,
Sorry.
the cinema. You said the bowling alley is a Lux venue.
Oh, sorry. The cinema
right.
is,
No,
is a
I've
cinema
not,
Lux.
I've not been to the cinema. I have an Odeon Lux in my part of London. The Odeon Lux Putney, which charges £37 a ticket to see a film.
Well, in that case, you'll be happy to know these were only £25 a ticket, James. Just what I like to pay to see a film I could find free online. Absolutely.
The bowling alley served a burger which, how could I describe it kindly? It was dry.
There was pins, and there was balls, and there was lanes. Let's leave it at that. Jordan says the Tango Blast isn't bad either. Very fair, very fair. All in and a call.
Yes, we do have Parminder all in and at risk with ace-8 of diamonds against Arian Kashani's tens. And it is a Jack 3-3 flop, which means tens are holding. And Parminder is drawing thin. Needs an ace. We'll need to spike that ace on the river. We'll need to see an appearance from Barry Greenstein. The river is a 5, tens hold, and we lose Parminder Kandola in 4th place. He cashes for £69,200. We are three-way now at the final table, with the final three guaranteed 90 grand.
Yeah, quite the payout, and the money is getting extremely serious now, gang. And James, I think you said it best. It really felt like these were the three gladiators we were going to see in the finale 3, and here we are. And Arian is obviously still back in that, remains in that commanding chip lead.
Well, one thing I can tell you is now we are at 3 players. The blind levels will be reduced. Instead of playing hour-long blind levels, we'll be playing 30-minute blind levels.
And no messing around. Christopher, ace-king suited in the button. Oh, my days.
And aces for Arian in the small blind.
It just isn't fair, James. What's going on this table?
Joyce is like, don't look at me. I'm nothing to do with this.
I folded yesterday. Don't look at me.
Yep.
And look, there's no way out, guys. There is absolutely no way out. There is absolutely 0% no way out. This is going in pre-flop, and I think everybody involved is going to be very shocked to see this level of cooler final 3 for such a huge title and, of course, huge payout. But we have seen Christopher crack some hands before. It was the 8s cracking kings to keep Christopher in the mix on this FT. Cold deck, in my opinion, but this one's even colder. I believe Chris will click it back, James. I don't think we shove. I think we click. Either way, we're putting more chips in the middle.
We await Chris Brammer's response.
Yeah, I think I nailed it. I think he said 2 point something.
It's actually 3.3 and 5.9 behind. He ain't folding for the rest.
Right. Yeah. Do you see the non-all-in click? And I guess there's only one way to go from here. I mean, kind of the whole point of making this move in the first place, James, is to induce some ace-queen shoves, maybe even some outlandish ace-5 suited shoves as well. But yeah, this is just one of those classic coolers that no one can really avoid.
Just a call from Arian. It's not all going in pre. But we have got 7.2 million in the pot. And Chris Brammer has a pot size bet behind 5.9 million. But we are going to see a flop. I'm guessing, Nick, there are some boards that Brammer could fold on.
I mean, yeah, it just comes down to effective stack at this point, right? So 7.2 in the middle. The effective stack is Chris with 5.9. Is this the kind of board where we're going to get away? I mean...
Well, Arian has checked it.
Perhaps done himself a disservice by not getting it all in there pre-flop, but of course we can't always know that our opponent is as strong as this, so, you know, the call definitely warranted on some occasions. Certainly not a criticism. So what are the kinds of hands that we think Arian flats here with, right? Ace, queen, maybe. Queens, maybe. Tens and nines, maybe? I don't know. Honestly, it's such a huge question mark in my head. These are not nodes that I am used to playing in my games. And as if he needed any more help, the 7 of hearts on the turn, James, gives Arian that flush draw as well. Again, inviting some action, checking it back over to Chris. He checks again. And yeah, just the nuts. Why not? And at this stage, you're kind of assuming, right, I have the ace of hearts. The only way I get paid is if my opponent has the king of hearts, the jack of hearts. I think you can probably afford to just be all in here because that's the only way you get paid. Your opponent probably won't play a set of tens like this or nines or queens or any of the above. With 7.2 in the middle and 5.9 behind, your opponent is only going to hero with a heart and nothing else, so you might as well go for all of it. It's significantly less than pot. That's my guess. Let's see how Arian feels, however. Yeah, yep, sure enough, that's the all-in, and I think it'll be an easy fold for Chris now.
Wow, he's going to get away from this and still have 5.9 million.
I mean, is there any chance the ace-king really calls, James? I would say that's pretty insane.
I think Arian did him a huge favor by just flatting that 4-bet pre.
Perhaps, yeah.
Brammer giving some consideration to heroing here, but I kind of missed the shot clock. I really hope he doesn't convince himself that there are enough bluffs in his opponent's range that he has to call. Because if he does call, he's out.
Guys will notice Arian's breathing there, really heavy, very stressful moment.
What possible hands is he beating here? What hands is Arian shoving the river with that Brammer is beating?
Ace, Jack, no hearts. I don't know. It's really hard.
The answer is not many.
It's hard to think of hands that make sense, James. Yeah, but you know, I appreciate Chris giving it the thought it deserves. I'm sure there are some.
Finally gets there, finally finds the fold. And that will see Chris Brammer drop down to 20 bigs. And look at the stack that Arian has now. Arian Kashani playing close to 26 million. He has got 2/3 of the chips in play at this three-handed final table.
Jacks. Jacks with a hole.
There's because you two remaining, the clock will be had on the next level onwards. You have 30 minutes left.
Okay.
Would have been pretty heroic. The more value I gave him, the more bluffs I could give him. So.
That's the tricky part, right?
Three-handed action continues at the final table here in Nottingham.
Blind action here, both players with not a whole lot. But that's a pretty good flop for 5 trade, James. Phil is going to try and take a stab. I think this might be the combination that we find some check raising with, though, James. bottom two do feel like you need a little bit of protection, especially unblocking clubs.
1.1.
Means your opponents will have more combinations of... Yeah, there you go, was the check raise. Your opponents will have more combinations of flush draws, etc., that you're going to try and get value from. And just like that, Chris is going to be second in chips.
Thank you. Thank you, mate. Hello, mate. I'll come back.
Because I came like 5-6 minutes ago. It's not a shot clock, is it?
I thought they meant shot clock, but they meant reducing the time on the levels. I thought you were on about shot clock. Oh, okay. I thought they were randomly just going to bring a shot clock 300. I was like,
I
oh.
reckon they changed it. To be honest. Sounds sus.
Next hand. Blind v blind. Chris Brammer in the small, completing with Jack 5 of diamonds. Queen Jack for Arian Kashani. So with Arian checking his option, we go to the flop, which is ace 5-4 with 2 diamonds. Pair and a flush draw. Brammer loving this.
Yeah, absolutely juicy flop.
Check, check. Turn card. The king of diamonds.
Oh, but wait, that is a spicy card after all.
It is indeed. The chip leader has the queen of diamonds, so could still improve.
I do feel like this is a good barrel card, though, if I'm Arian.
That's 425,000.
Honestly, I think I'm doing a lot of calling here with the Jack 5 of diamonds, probably with the intention of trap checking river, James. I really want to allow my opponent to continue representing strength when we have it. And the river.
Oh wow, it's
no,
a diamond.
Not the 8 of diamonds. This is disgusting, James.
So just to be clear, this is nuts against second nuts?
It's nuts against second nuts. And not only that, when you have Jack 5 of diamonds, it's exceptionally hard for your opponent to actually have a made flush that is bigger than yours. Or any made flush that would represent the made flush. It's pretty savage. And Arian is going to be loving this. What's the size now?
Okay, we didn't expect him to survive when he had ace-king against aces. Can he get away from this, or can he lose the minimum? He just calls.
Oh, yeah.
He does not raise, but he does lose 2.3 million on the river. Chris Brammer down to 4 million chips now, as Arian Kashani moves up to nearly 29 million, 2/3 of the chips, sorry, 3/4 of the chips in play, and Chris Brammer down to 14 bigs, moving towards the danger zone. Danger zone!
Yeah, of course we're only calling guys. There's no point. We're trying to induce a bluff, right? We're getting value from bluffs, and we're losing to the queen of diamonds. And if he does bet some other lower flush for some crazy reason, we're still beating that as well. We're not going to get value from a lower flush. It's always a call, but still, of course, an incredibly devastating cold deck there, and just the kind of run out where it's literally impossible to fold that hand. And I think doing so would be an absolutely monumental mistake and leak.
Question. If Arian polarizes on the river there and shoves on Brammer,
yeah,
does he call?
I think he still calls, yeah. I mean, there's a bit of metagame there, James. That's a great question, because you go, is this really how he would bluff when he could just bet 2.8 like he did? I think that there's a chance that a player of Christopher's caliber, he might actually find the super omega hero call, but I just feel like we've got too much of it. We're blocking too much of it, and we just have too good of a hand to let go in a spot where perhaps the chip leader is just trying to really flex on you and put you in the cage. But yeah, in reality, who knows? It's a brutal spot regardless of how the river is played.
Well, we've reached the point where Arian Kashani has just started open shoving on his two opponents with nearly 30 million chips, and the other two playing 16 and 14 big blinds respectively. I mean, slight chip discrepancy.
Yeah, ever so slightly, you could say that.
Arian with king 4 of spades.
All in.
And again, just open jamming on his opponents. It's all into call, and again, they both have to pass. And this is just dream territory. And this is a situation where Arian doesn't really want to bust either of them. Just keep them both hanging around as he just decimates their stacks and pretty much guarantees himself the win.
You should just keep them hanging around, hanging around.
Rhett Butler.
Yeah, this is dream territory, playing for that 200 bags up top. 200 bags of sand, James.
I enjoy it when you try to do an English accent.
That's not true. I did one the other day, and you said it was really good.
I was humoring you. I do find it entertaining, though, that you've lived here for, what, 30 years?
That's not, okay, but you have to understand, James, that's not like my English accent. Like, it's specific to what I'm saying. I do occasionally do a very legitimate English accent. That's believable.
No, I just think it's interesting that you've lived here for this long and you've not really lost.
Yeah.
Or developed that kind of slightly mid-Atlantic twang.
It's true. It's true. People ask if I'm Canadian, and these days I tend to say yes. But no, it's the international school accent. Everyone ends up sounding like this at some point when you go to the international school system.
It's been at least 10 minutes since these guys took a break.
Tom says Nick sounds more American than I do.
Why do we not have a triangle each? I feel like we should have a triangle each. Can we not ask?
Have you guys got 2 spare triangles?
I would like to have one.
I mean, I feel like this one is yours.
Yeah. 2, 4, 4.5, 4.5, 5.3.
So both Brammer and Joyce pretty short right now.
Yeah, and this is dreamy situations. Dreamy circumstances for our chip leader. Both players desperado to find that next ladder, which is so big of a leap in the payouts.
And the blinds have gone to 200,000, 400,000 now. And a reminder that we are on a 30-minute clock.
Count this.
Looks like 3275.
Yeah.
Chris decides to rip here. Less than 10 bigs. Looks like it's been called, though. Big blind has ace-5 of diamonds.
Good luck.
And James, this is it. This is the battle of the two short stacks.
It is. So Chris Brammer, the at-risk player here with King 7, and with artisanal sourdough, Phil Joyce, who is better than a 6-4 favorite to eliminate the legend that is Chris Brammer. All diamonds on the flop. He flops him dead, flops the flush, and we're going to lose Chris Brammer in third place. He cashes for £90,000, and it's Phil Joyce who'll go heads up against Arian Kashani here in Nottingham. The two players who were both at the last two tables in EPT Cyprus went out in 12th and 11th respectively, and here they are where they'll finish second and first respectively. And right now you would say that it is very much Arian Kashani who is the big favorite, will have better than a 2-1 advantage over his opponent when this heads-up battle begins.
I don't know. Every casino
You have to match the camaraderie between these two guys. Both great results in Cyprus, and now obviously queued up for a great result here. It's just who will walk away with the trophy at this point, James. I think we might be headed on a break.
Said it.
I was laughing, saying that it's been 10 minutes since they last took a break, but I'm guessing if you're going to reset, if you are going to take a brief hiatus, pre-heads-up would be the right time to do it. Yes, both players out of their chairs, and again, highly unlikely with the disparity in chip stacks that we will see any deal negotiations. But I'm guessing they will take some time away from the table before we start the heads-up battle and play down to a winner. The final two from a starting field of 1,282, both guaranteed 126k, but playing heads up for nearly 100 grand because there's 202k up top, plus the title and trophy. So more action from the final table, from the heads-up battle here at UKIPT Nottingham when we return in the next few minutes.
Oh, this is gonna take hours.
See, that's the intention.
Button is correct. Okay, gentlemen, very best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Max.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you too.
Very nice deep run again, nevertheless.
Agreed.
Are you going back to Cyprus again next week?
Week?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, welcome back
Yes.
to Nottingham. The UKIPT Nottingham leg as we are entering into the heads up of the 2024 face-off for that trophy, and of course a top spot payout of nearly 201,900 pounds. In fact, not nearly, exactly 201,900 pounds. We return the action, final two players, and we still have Arian as the chip leader. It's myself, Nicholas Walsh, and also Mr. James Hardigan. How you doing, James?
Good, thank you, Nicholas. And not just any chip lead, a pretty monster chip lead right now. In fact, I think he's got his opponent 3-1.
Yeah, we are looking at a significant chip lead here, guys. We will take a look at the official stack depths in just one moment.
Meanwhile, the trophy's on the table.
It is. Second place today, guys, 126,000 Great British pounds. First place, 201,900, as I just said, as action resumes. And we're heads up. So the button acts first, pre-flop, and then the big blind acts first, post-flop. Played a little heads-up poker in my time. And kicking things off, we start with a limp. King-Queen probably strong enough to find a raise here. Can probably do a little bit of both. We are about 22 big blinds effective, so actually checking back the King-Queen is going to be fine. The raise is also going to be cool as well. Can do a little mix of both. I would argue that the suited variety is pretty much going to be ISO'd almost every single time. When I say ISO, by the way, guys, I mean raise versus limp. It's a little bit of a misnomer, but it's just kind of how we talk about things in the heads-up field. And of course, Jack 10 needs to be calling here.
Yeah.
Just too good in position. We're limping here not to avoid conflict, but to actually be involved in more pots and allow ourselves to see more flops. And also, do we want any more action like this today?
Wow.
Diamonds are just on fire for Arian. Look at this flop. Another situation, 2 overcards and the diamond draw.
This is one of my favorite situations, Nick. This is a post-flop flip. It's practically 50-50. Yes, we have got Phil with a pair of jacks, top pair, but with the king of diamonds in his hand.
And with that aggressive action in mind, do we find to continue? I mean, even if they have a pair of 8s or jacks or deuces here, James, we're going to usually have the equity favorite. Yeah. We can see here, even Jack 10 with the 10 of diamonds, only 52%. And for that reason, I think we find a lot of continuation bets at this stack depth. I would say a quarter pot is very balanced. And that's what we see here. Yeah, approximately a quarter pot to continue. This is textbook stuff from a heads-up standpoint. Loving this from Arian. Jack 10 going absolutely nowhere, though. This could pretty much be the best hand with the, I say nut redraw. Of course, it's not to the nuts, but heads up, having the 10 of diamonds will very likely always be the best diamond draw, or very frequently be that best diamond draw when we're looking at the grand scheme of hands that might raise from out of position. And then C-bet. I think we just call, though. This turn card going to be pretty pivotal, James. This could really just be a perfect start for Arian. And the turn.
4 of hearts. So now Phil Joyce becomes a 70% favorite. Still 13 cards, though, that Arian Kashani could hit to improve.
This is a really tricky one, though. 6 million in the pot, 6.3 effective. That's Phil's stack being the smaller of the two. And just announces all in and a quick call.
Snap called by Phil Joyce, who could get the double up here. 7 times out of 10, that'll happen. But if there is a diamond, king or queen on the river, it's over. And Arian Kashani will be declared champion.
Yeah, puts max pressure on. What's the river?
6 of spades is a blank, and that will see a double up, and that will see them almost evens Stevens.
Well, that's one way to start the heads up, James.
That changes the dynamic of this heads-up battle significantly. Now, when they went on break just now, we said with that monster chip lead, there's absolutely no way that Arian deals. Now they're almost even. Could we see someone suggest a chop? Someone suggest looking at the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact scenario where we imagined there would be some discussion.
For a moment there, I was having flashbacks to Resorts World, to Vegas. We closed out the NAPT Las Vegas main event less than a week ago with one hand of heads up. It was over on the first hand. Nick Marchington from the UK lifting the trophy, taking the title, winning the first prize. But nope, looks like we've got a battle on our hands.
Yeah, if you guys missed that, by the way, go back and watch the NAPT coverage. You can get that on video on demand over on Twitch, twitch.tv/PokerStars. Go into the video section, go into past broadcasts, watch all of it. It was some exceptionally good coverage, and that final hand, it was exceptionally cooler. It was insane. Might have been one of the coldest decks I've ever seen. I think Nick still hasn't even fully processed what happened on that final and in that heads-up match. Really, really cool stuff, and actually a fantastic event.
I would absolutely encourage people to go back and watch. I would say that when it comes to old streams, it's a hell of a lot easier to find them on YouTube than it is on Twitch. We can argue till the cows come home which platform is better for live, but when it comes to video on demand, when it comes for archive, when it comes to library and finding stuff, that's where YouTube has the edge.
Well, either platform you find it on, it's still PokerStars content. That's fantastic. So go and check it out. Whatever works for you guys. I actually flip-flop depending on what device I'm using and that kind of thing. So whatever floats your boat, guys. Whatever floats your full house.
No, don't try and explain it. Just
I don't want to joke.
The moment's gone. The moment's gone.
Okay, sorry, chat. Anyway, back to the heads-up match, starting with a limp again. Oh, sorry, preempted the action. That's what I would expect him to do. That's what he does. Good stuff. And at this stack depth, I think we probably end up doing a mix of things with ace-7. I think everyone knows it's the Spraggy at this point.
Yeah, it's worthless. Fold it.
We need to be checking here. Come on.
Not being funny, just open fold it. Give up the big blind.
Uh-oh, Phil didn't get the memo.
Raises to 1.18 million.
I mean, technically speaking, a lot of suited hands are supposed to defend here. A5 suited might actually still be good enough to continue heads up. I think Arian knows that as well. Just remember, guys, if any of the things we're saying heads up seem ridiculously outlandish to you, this might be one of the segments of tournament poker that I'm probably most qualified to discuss, having played a lot of heads up professionally for a long time. If this seems outlandish to you, you need to go back and study the strange art that is heads up, because the ranges are so excruciatingly wide. It can be very jarring to players who are used to playing, 6-handed or 8-handed or whatever. But as played, yeah, a limp call is very standard here from most suited hands. In fact, probably all of them at the stack depth, assuming your opponent is going to be raising the correct range. Very interesting board, in fact, now. So second pair for Phil, the gut shot with the backdoor clubs for Arian. And I think we actually end up doing quite a lot of weird stuff on this board. If there's a continuation bet from Phil, we're definitely at least calling, sometimes even raising with our gut shot here as a bluff if you're Arian. So continuation bet of 1 mil. Just with the call, it seems good. Like I said, as long as we're continuing, we're doing fine here.
Six, 7, 8, 9. Straight draw. In fact, it's exactly the same straight draw as it was on the flop.
And Phil's going to slow it down now. So here's the spot where I think Arian probably needs to start telling a story if indeed we do start bluffing here. Personally, I probably start betting. 4.7 in the middle. I think we can probably get away with a small continue on the turn. I don't think it needs to be huge because, of course, we still have the ammunition to fire again on the river if we want to continue telling a believable story. We have a king.
Yeah.
If we have a king here, we might put in 2 mil, something in that region. The check is also fine, of course. Arian decides to allow the river to fall first, and it is the ocho, which is not the straight, but it's still the best hand, James.
It is indeed. It is a pair higher than sevens.
Yeah, the interesting thing about deciding to bet turn is you're kind of committing yourself to barreling river. When your opponents start to get some traps in there, James, it gets really tricky, especially if they check call with jacks or queens. It definitely is opening up a can of worms, but there's probably 2 very feasible lines here. The most simple of the which is checking and then just making the best hand on the river. That works too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both players check at this point, and Arian's going to be very pleased to see he spikes that 8. We can't see the smile, but he's smiling with his eyes, James.
Okay, so he regains the advantage. It's 22 million playing 16 million. Omar says snowmen in November, too soon. A bit of a touchy subject right now because the snow is falling here in Nottingham, and some of us are concerned about our travel plans tomorrow. I have to say, I do think it's going to be tougher for the contingent who are going up north. Those of us going down south, I think, stand a better chance of moving around.
True. Y gracias, PokerStars Español, por el raid. Y bienvenido a los chicos.
Okay, Mr. Fancy Pants. What's viewer dump in Spanish? El dumpo de viewer?
El viewer dump. Claro.
A nice dump of viewers, courtesy of our Spanish colleagues.
Alex has to come back to Spain. Thank you, Ouijo, for the raid. I appreciate you. Ouijo El Pijo, the hero that is. We are live, guys. Thank you for sticking with us. Don't go anywhere.
We might if there's another technical problem, but...
Struggling Zeno says, traveling to Leeds from Sheffield tomorrow. My car is currently under 3 inches of snow, mildly nervous. Struggling Zeno, you might have to come and pick me up if we both want to make it tomorrow, so just bear that in mind. I'll drop you a message later.
So just to be clear, when they say do not travel unless it's essential, you making it to a poker tournament in Leeds is essential.
Well, you see, James, I'm very important, and people are relying on me.
One person is relying on you.
We'll see what happens.
Pair of queens versus a pair of aces. Phil, 4-1 favorite here. $550,000 called by Arian, taking us to the turn, which is the 9 of diamonds, and Phil is now practically a 9-1 favorite.
Yeah, heads up when we have this top pair, second pair situation. It's very, very tricky to get away. We need to be quite sticky in scenarios like this with second pair, just because, as I said, heads up ranges being so wide, we do very frequently just have the best hand, and we can't allow our opponents to exploit us with aggression. If they see too much weakness, they're going to start bluffing very aggressively, and it's just going to become very difficult to win at heads up poker if we're allowing ourselves to get run over too frequently.
$1.8 million. Called. Well, we are going to be back to even again, unless there's a queen or an 8 on the river. It's a 7. The board is bricked out for Arian.
And I just think Arian's going to try and get to showdown, James. I don't think we want to turn queen into a bluff here. So I think it probably goes check, check. I mean, Phil can definitely consider continuing for value, but generally speaking, with this kind of a run out, I don't know, like maybe we don't want to open the door again. This might actually be clean enough to go for some more value. That's not ridiculous, of course, but a lot of times we see the weaker aces checking. Yep, and sure enough, that's going to see Phil just a smidge above Arian, but very even Stevens.
It is.
Again.
It is incredibly even, but yes, officially, the chip advantage is with Phil Joyce now, as they play for a difference of around £75,000 in prize money.
I have 19. How much do you have? Don't deal a second, please.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
How much do you have? Do you want to look at the numbers?
Yeah, is this going to be a discussion that we've been sort of pondering on for some time now regarding deals?
The moment that huge chip lead was lost is the moment this became
a very feasible,
correct,
plausible future. Yeah. I think they're just waiting on a count. I think that's what they're waiting to. They're doing that thing where they're just trying to sort of amalgamate and, you know, figure out exactly where the stacks exist.
Well, they're going to realize very quickly that they each have roughly half the chips to play.
And as soon as you have roughly half and half, and you're looking at ICM, it becomes extremely equitable, doesn't it? You know, not only in actual value, but also in simplicity. There's not going to be negotiations for, I want a little bit more, give me a little bit more, I'm the better heads-up player, all this nonsense.
I've got 19 to 25.
So Nick O'Hara is the official TD for this event, so it'll be Nick who would oversee, facilitate, orchestrate any deal. But it looks like the players do want to discuss it. They do want to look at the numbers. So you know what that means, don't you? It's another break.
Everyone loves it. Oh, sorry.
So they've been told by the tournament staff they have got 10 minutes. 10 minutes to sort this out. So within the next 10 minutes, we'll find out if they're doing a deal, not doing a deal. Of course, whatever happens, even if a deal is agreed, they will have to play it out for 10% of remaining prize money plus the trophy and title. So we'll be back inside of 10 minutes here at Dusk Till Dawn with the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour in Nottingham. So looks like we are back. A short break in the heads-up battle here at the PokerStars UK and Ireland Poker Tour main event in Nottingham. The two players, the final two players, discussing a potential deal. Arian Kashani and Philip Joyce looked at the numbers. Now, there is a rule that 10% of remaining prize money has to be set aside and played for, along with the title and trophy. And it seems, Nick, that was the sticking point. Once you took that money aside, once you took that money out of the equation, they couldn't make the deal work. So, no deal.
No deal. We play on. And, I mean, if we're going to recommence, might as well recommence at even Stevens.
And that's exactly where we're at right now. Practically even. Philip Joyce with the slight chip advantage. We are at the 200,000, 400,000 blind level, playing 30-minute blind levels right now because we are short-handed. And they are playing for the advertised payouts. That is £126,000 for the runner-up and near enough £202,000 for the winner, as we see a button raise from Arian Kashani with 10-4. The Snowman's num-num, Phil Joyce. And Phil increases his very slight advantage. 20 million plays 18 million.
Absolutely love heads-up poker, James, and it's a really, really specific stack depth where we're kind of just a little bit too deep to go completely crazy pre-flop without significant hands.
I mean, what's weird is we got heads up pretty quickly, earlier than anticipated, and as such, it's like 50 big blind stacks for both these guys. There's a lot of play in this.
No, there is, absolutely. That's my point. And, you know, it's just that kind of stack depth, like I said, where we're a little bit too deep to just be spamming it in with, you know, a pair and whatever, and some smaller pairs versus, you know, an ace-jack or whatever, but we're shallow enough where just the correct run of cards could definitely see some chaos. And it looks like a limp and a check here. So we go to a flop, ace-5-10.
Well, that 10 gives Phil the lead. He was ahead pre, he's ahead post. And with the action check to him, Phil is going to bet the flop, 400,000, a min bet.
Yep, pretty standard stuff here. I think also checking the 10-4 is not ridiculous. Could be the case that we have a higher frequency of bet with second pair with a better kicker, James, because we get more value from the situations where our opponent has to call with second pair with a worse kicker. But the bet there never going to be bad, of course. And sorry, James.
No, Declan Turner just raising a point on YouTube. Can we start calling eights the Olafs instead of the Snowmen, please? Two things to say here, Declan. First of all, I'll set you up with a meeting with an IP lawyer and they'll explain to you why we can't face a lawsuit from Disney and change it. Secondly, they're snowmans, not snowmen, snowmans. Num-num.
So raise and a call.
Queen 7 versus King 7. And it is a queen high flop, domination, rotation. Five on the turn, so straight draws for both. Phil has checked.
I think we probably always want to continue this turn, James. I mean, obviously having top pair heads up is super strong, but also blocking that straight is very relevant. And also, if we do get raised, we have a very cool hand to call with because we still have the draw ourselves. Having the 7 means it's slightly less likely that our opponent does have the straight, any straight that contains a 7, but also we have the opportunity to improve into the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight ourselves. Just sizing it out here. And 1.5.
And Phil calls with king high and the straight draw, which, by the way, if it comes in, will result in a chop.
On the river.
River card is a 3, pairing the board. Arian's still good.
Yeah, and dare I say it, James, Arian wants to still fire again here. Again, this is one of the big things, the big adjustments that it can be tricky to make between playing full ring a lot and then getting into the heads up. Can be somewhat jarring to understand how much wider or thinner we need to be value betting based on wider initial opening ranges and calling ranges and 3-bet ranges. I think really queen 7 can't be missed, especially when we're blocking a straight here. 5.2 in the middle. Looks like he announced, didn't quite hear it, but 3 million is the bet, it seems. I'm not sure if king 7 is going to be enough to call, but you know, heads up again, we need to realize how wide ranges are, and if we put our opponents on missed spades, king high might be the best hand, no problem at all. That's the level you have to start thinking at when you're playing heads up poker. You need to be way, way more flexible, and you need to be way more keen on exactly what you're looking for and what textures favor more sort of semi-bluff ranges that might have missed. And it just comes down to experience and really a lot of study. You know, there are plenty of circumstances if we were 8-handed where you would never consider firing queen 7 on 3 streets just for fear of running into a stronger queen a little bit too often, or perhaps, you know, a boat or something of that ilk. But when we play heads up, immediately you can start to cap your opponent's ranges. Their ranges need to be wider just by nature or by virtue of the fact that we are heads up.
Yeah.
And therefore, a hand like queen 7 just becomes really, really strong, especially when you're unlikely to get check raised by the trapped straights.
So Arian retakes the lead, slight lead over Phil. Meanwhile, we mentioned earlier on that Barney had made the final table of the mystery bounty here at DTD. Barney says, I'm offering masterclasses on bounty pulling, by the way, 2 so far, and got both the big ones.
No way. How much is that? I want the numbers. Can somebody get the numbers on that?
The Goat Man himself in action here in Nottingham. Just a few tournaments left to conclude before we draw a line, not just under this event, but under this year of the UKIPT. This will be the last event in 2024.
James Barney says, it's a field game. You GTO kids wouldn't understand. I love that, man.
Strawberries, and it's the 10 high flush draw that's best here.
That's right, and like I said, heads up ranges, having any heart draw at all will very frequently be the best heart draw, just by virtue of it being a heart that your opponent won't have. Obviously, it's all about navigating those streets. It's all about understanding how pre-flop ranges will help you to narrow down your opponent's range for post-flop play. And the turn, 7 of diamonds.
So Arian still with the advantage with a pair of sixes. Still a fair few cards that Phil can hit on the river. Gone to the river, which is the ace of hearts. And now it's Phil with the advantage. The 10 high flush versus the deuce high flush. Arian's sitting there with what he knows is the worst possible flush. He's checked it. Is there any bet Phil can make here that gets called? He's thinking. I can literally see him thinking.
I think we should actually go for value, James.
Okay. So go big. 3.9 in the middle. What's your sizing?
Good question. I think probably just like 2 and a bit is quite cool.
2 and a bit.
Yeah. 2.2.
2.2 is the prediction.
This is a very loose prediction. Yeah, you see how light we get called as well?
Wow.
Snap called by the deuce of hearts. What was this size though?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Graphics guy.
Got to count it first. Not being funny, the dealer didn't have a chance.
That's fair. That is fair.
To count or announce the bet before a single chip went in. It was 3.2.
It was big.
Wow,
yeah,
he did go big. And now we see a bit of distance between the two of them. And crucially, it's Phil who's got the chip lead. Phil now with the advantage. This hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. And yeah, I do like that size a lot. And again, that just goes to show, again, guys, the adjustment from full ring to heads up is so starkly different. And in a situation where we might never consider value betting that kind of a flush, in that circumstance, suddenly heads up becomes a snap call from the deuce of hearts flush.
Yeah.
And that's where you need to start putting in the work. If that feels really uncomfortable to you, finding those moments is where, you know, a lot of the money is made in tournament poker. We spend so much time trying to find out how to get to a final, then how to get to the final 3. But then once you get heads up, the real work begins, especially in circumstances where there's no deal.
2 and 5.
Pro is asking, do they have an ante in the heads up?
Yes.
Yes, controversially so. I actually think we should do away with heads up.
Shut up.
antes.
Shut up. Some of us would like to be out of here before midnight.
I didn't mean this tournament.
One of the greatest things to ensure that heads-up battles don't go the distance anymore is the big blind ante.
They fell off, I promise.
You weren't there, Nick, back in the day when we had heads-up battles that went on until 7 in the morning. I know that you joined us remote for that Monte Carlo stream.
I'll never forget it.
But that was because that wasn't so much a long heads-up battle. That was, do you remember they played 5-handed for like 8 hours?
Yeah, no, it was just long on the final. Although the heads-up battle in Monte Carlo this year, whew, that was a long one too.
Yeah. If they're not vacuuming in the poker room while you're still on air, and if you're not leaving the venue when everyone else is going for breakfast, it's a win. Jack 9 versus Jack 4, and it is a 10-7 tray flop. So Jack 9 still ahead.
I checked.
2014, Tom, was the long heads-up battle in Monte Carlo. If you're asking about the year when Nick very kindly agreed to stay on the stream from home base in Brighton and Joe almost missed his flight, that was 2019.
That was 2019, and also that was with that was when I was still streaming with Seagulls. You could hear the and extremely loud motorcycles.
I remember saying, Seagulls, stop it now.
That's right. I was trying to give you the Seagulls. Yeah, in any case, look at his turn card, guys. What a fortuitous moment for Phil. Top pair versus a inferior top pair of the Jack 4 of Arian. And really, these are brutal moments because Arian thinks he's going to town here for value. Thinks he's getting value from the 7s and the hearts and the 10s. I have a sneaking suspicion that Phil just calls.
Won't you take me to Value Town?
Won't you take me to...
No, I did enough. Don't add to it. You're not just jeopardizing the PokerStars Twitch channel. You've got DTD Player as well. Like they, you know.
We don't want to go offline for this heads-up match. And there you go. There's the run out. Arian now top pair, also blocking the backdoor clubs, which is going to be relevant to the situation. Phil has the 9 of clubs blocker as well. I think it's going to go check, bet, call. And
here comes the bet.
There it is.
Jack. Me too.
And Snap called 1.8 million.
And that's costly. That's costly, guys. Look at the discrepancy we see here now. I can't help but feel for Arian here. I feel like that's a really good line, and he's just kind of running into what is essentially just being pipped by the kicker there.
Yeah, you can just see a tower, or towers, I should say, a wall, if you like, on the left-hand side of the screen, and a small castle on the right.
Yeah. I don't know, James. So far, I don't really feel like anybody's doing poorly in this heads up. It just seems to be about card distribution at this point. It's kind of just been going in Phil's direction. Not to say either player has played poorly or better. I just think we've only seen a relatively small number of hands heads up in the first place, and for that to be that much of a chip distribution, you know, flux.
As you know, Nick, I've played more poker tournaments in the last 12 months than I have in the last 12 years, and playing more tournament poker, I've realized something really important. Variance is huge.
Yeah.
Variance is huge.
It is extremely huge, especially if you're playing big field tournaments, which is, of course, what we expose ourselves to most when we travel, James.
Yeah, no, by the way, we're exposing ourselves to the tournaments, not in the tournaments.
Well, speak for yourself, but yeah, absolutely. Some high variance tournaments.
He likes cheap thrills, that boy, Nick Walsh.
Both players making a pair here again, and as we know, James, it's hard to make a pair.
No, legitimately, heads up.
Hold
a pair of deuces here could easily be the best hand.
Yep.
And we see Arian decide to check it to Phil, who bets 500,000 into 1.5 million. And looks like this is going to get at least called. That is a call.
Yeah, needs to be called.
And that call will take us to the turn.
It'll take us to Funky Town.
going to give us a king on the turn. And the deck has been favoring Phil during this heads-up battle. Here he is a 9-1 favorite.
Yeah, and I think our hand is definitely strong enough to two-barrel. I think missing a bet here is actually probably a mistake because we also kind of want to rep kings as a bluff quite often. We have the benefit of having a nice kicker with our 10, which means that if he has 10-7 of hearts or something like that, we're getting value from that too. We're getting value from all the straight draws that exist. Sometimes the deuce will still get sticky as well. What's the size? So 2.5 in the pot now, and a bet of 2 mil. That's very good. Yeah, and I think the deuce just folds a lot there. Question from Sensitive Tony here. Do you really think that most players make correct range adjustments to cater for the ante? The answer is absolutely not. The players that we associate with, who we see going to final tables very often, have done the homework. They have looked at the adjusted ranges. But also, having said that, speaking with Parker about this, speaking with Tonka about this, he's like, if you know your fundamentals, really it's just a case of understanding how much to widen your ranges after the fact, right? So if you've studied your heads up without antes, understanding how to do it with antes is just a case of, oh, we need to be a little bit wider here, we need to shove a little bit wider here, there's more dead money, and just working your way backwards like that.
I can say with 100% confidence that I'm as good a heads-up player with a big blind ante in play as I am without a big blind ante in play.
Man, bold.
Meaning I am terrible, regardless of whether there's an ante or not.
Well, yeah, but James, how many people can say that they're as good a heads-up player without an ante as they are with an ante?
Because the vast majority of people who are watching this stream and the vast majority of people who are playing poker are terrible heads-up players. I have the self-awareness to admit it.
I mean, James clearly hasn't taken part in the Chat Pro Poker Show. He hasn't seen the level of skill.
Delusion. No, okay. I'm going to make a serious point. I do think the vast majority of people overrate their ability at poker. I think a lot of people, and don't get me wrong, these are people who love the game, who are passionate about the game, but the reality is they're not that good at it. They don't spend that much time studying the game, and they are reliant on variance. As we see an all-in and a call here.
I was going to call it. Yeah, this is a trap.
And this could be a huge turnaround for Arian Kashani, who gets it in good here and has his opponent crushed. But if Phil gets lucky, and I will remind you, the deck has been very favorable to him during this heads-up battle, he closes out. Yeah. He's a winner.
That's it. You're absolutely right.
7-7 deuce. Okay, well, this brings opportunities with that paired board. But as things stand, Arian's got 92% equity. Queen on the turn. Phil looking for a 3. It's a 10, and that will be the double up for Arian. And that is a real kick in the teeth to Phil, who was really starting to close this out, really had his opponent against the ropes, and just like that, Arian reclaims the chip lead, and once again has, it's almost even, but does have that advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I would argue that is absolutely textbook poker. But Nick, he got 3s in against 5s. Why would you be all in with such a small pair? I can guarantee you with all certainty that is going to be the play played almost every single time. We're only about 20 big blinds effective there. Once we get there, getting a shove through, James, is so significant, especially with the big blind antes. We were just talking about this. The amount you pick up at non-showdown is so significant. The number of hands your opponents will limp and fold is extremely significant. The number of hands that your opponents limp and then call with and you're still flipping against, very significant. And therefore, GTO dictates the shove. And at this point, when you're playing heads-up, James, it really is more of a math thing and less of like a feel thing and less of like a player-specific thing. It's basically impossible to misplay the 3s as a shove there against really any opponent type unless there's some extremely specific dynamics going on.
Can someone tell me what time
it is? Anyway, to finish my thought.
Yes.
The vast majority of people should be grateful for variance because the reality is that is what helps them win. Because the vast majority of people playing the game are not as good as they think they are. I like to think I have a pretty honest assessment of my shortcomings and the fact that I have fun playing
yeah,
poker,
you got
but I'm
17.
not that
I got
good.
17.
I don't have the patience to study, to learn. That's on me. That's my fault. I'll probably never be a winning player because of that. But I enjoy playing the game, and that's fine. If you play for enjoyment, there's nothing wrong with that. But I do think there's a lot of people who think they are better than they are.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. But also, self-awareness goes a long way too. So if you have a conversation with so many of the guys that we see on every stop of every tour who are doing extremely well, who are probably much better than most players,
yes,
you speak to them, and one of the things that always comes across is a lot of humility and a lot of self-awareness in the same way you're describing. They'll go, I played this hand, I'm genuinely not sure if I did the right thing or not. I'm going to go study that. And actually having the awareness to go back and do the math and figure it out is what makes them better, because they are actively looking for leaks rather than assuming that they're the best all the time, which is something that we see so frequently in much, much less skilled players.
Can I get a large bottle of water, please? Thank you. No, just a bottle. We'll do our pay with card when you're ready. Thank you. Most of it.
Small sparkling.
The mighty 7 deuce. Facing a raise to 1.2 million.
Oh yeah, 7 deuce suited. Let's defend. Let's go.
Ten, 7, 6.
Can we see a flop where both players don't make a pair? This is ridiculous. Guys, honestly, this is brutal. This is, and it just keeps going Phil's direction here too. As soon as we take it post flop, top pair, second pair, top pair, bottom pair. Really, really hard to play around this and not do, like, you know, chipping away at your chip stack. I think Phil should probably size up this flop, so like closer to half.
Looking at a 2.9 million chip pot. The bet from Phil is 2.2.
There you go, size up, feels good. Not sure if we're allowed to fold second pair somehow. Oh, is he gonna do it? Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, something's going on here. He's picking up on something.
Wow.
Does just get away from it.
Second pair and gets away from it.
A little smile, but there's something going on here. There's a dynamic that's shifted there. He's picked up on something.
And again, we're back to even Stevens.
Yeah, that's interesting, guys. And I don't know what that means. I don't know how that what that bodes for the future. If it bodes well for Arian, but does make a good fold and saved a few chips there. Blazing High asking, is 7 considered second pair because it's biggest after the 10? Correct. And then if we're looking at a pair that is greater than what is top pair on the board, it's an overpair.
Over pairs, under pairs, wombling free.
Yeah, there's no point saying, oh, I had aces, I had top pair. That doesn't indicate the strength of your hand in relation to flop texture in most hands. You would just say, I have an overpair. If you say, I had second pair on 10-7-5, that just makes more sense. People know what happened, and it kind of appeals to more a broader category of hands that you're going to see more often when we talk about poker.
We have had a raise from Phil with the Jack-10, and Arian folds the 8 deuce.
Yeah, and with the big blind ante, honestly, players should be playing almost 100% of hands in position, whether that be a limp or a raise. It's important that we have a limping strategy to incorporate that.
Thank you, Abda.
However, we can see the split there, guys. Fairly even Stevens still.
Very close. And still 200, 400, right? Blinds will be going up at some point. but still a fair few minutes to run at this blind level.
Actually, I think we might have hit 500, James.
We've hit it already?
I think so. I might have seen incorrectly just now.
Apologies, I must have missed it.
I thought we were at 2.5. Graphics man, save us.
Graphics man to the rescue, you're right. Blinds have gone to 200,000, 500,000. Always get faked out by that small blind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, we're at the 30-minute blind levels now. Duh.
Just a little bit more speedy.
Well, it's Phil's turn to have 7 deuce. He is not connected with this board. Well, actually, no. Does have the spade draw. 2 pair, though, for Arian.
Yeah, interesting to see what Phil's going to do here. Does decide to barrel. This is an interesting one. I think I'll have to look this one up later on, but I think we can do quite a lot of checking with some of our weaker spades here as well. Kind of protects from the situations where we do actually have a 10 or a 5 that we would like to sort of control the pot with without actually having all of our spades be a barrel. That's important. We don't always want to barrel all of our flush draws here.
No.
We do on occasion even want to check back some of our ace of spades combos here if we have a decent pair to go with it for deception's sake. King 5 decides just to call on the flop. Uh-oh. Arian's 2 pair will not be deterred by this bet, James. That's my prediction. And is that a call? Yeah, it looks like a call.
It is a call. With 2 pair. $7.5 million in the middle as we go to the river, which is not a spade. It is a straighty board, however.
And now you have to imagine Arian's pretty confident that the 2 pair was good on the turn, but of course now losing to spades and the 1 card straight. And of course, potentially some bigger 2 pairs and sets and all that kind of stuff. So I'm guessing Arian probably either blocker bets or checks this river. Is the blocker bet of use, though? Does the blocker bet not induce? I think I prefer the check. And now Phil has to go, I'm kind of repping spades. Would my opponent really trap check a straight here on the river? Would he miss the opportunity to lead the straight and miss value? Would he really slow play 2 spades? I'm blocking the flush. My opponent might not have the 1 card straight with the jack. Is this a moment to pull the trigger and rep 3 barrels?
Well, you sure as hell aren't going to win the hand at showdown with 7 high, so...
Yeah. Well, you're at pretty much the bottom of your range here, and you've told the story on 2 streets, so I would love to see him go for it.
He's going to go for it.
Oh, what's that?
Loads up.
Size, James?
2.2, is it?
It might be.
$4.2. Of course, those are stacks of 20.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this will be a significant change in the situation if Arian makes this call. Because that will leave Phil with 11.8. That'll leave him with... Well, we'll give Arian the 3-1 advantage again. It'll be basically where they started heads up.
Yeah, and look, this is a serious bluff catcher, James. This is a very legitimate bluff catcher. And it's really just a case of, does he have the strength that he's representing? On balance, can we really afford to fold here? Do we believe our opponent is capable of firing 3 streets? At this point, we know Phil absolutely is. Is he capable of firing 3 streets as a bluff? The answer is yes. We've seen it before. Arian will be aware of that.
Straighty flushy board, but you got 2 pair, and heads up 2 pair is a hell of a hand.
Absolutely. And Arian's really kind of under-repped his hand here as well, James. He's really kind of calling, and sort of representing, you know, maybe some missed spades, maybe I have a top pair, maybe you've got a weak top pair, maybe you've got a weak second pair.
Yeah.
And when you under-rep your hand in this way, you need to be aware your opponents will pounce on that as a sign of weakness. So all things considered, really, this is just so dead close, James. I don't think there's a really right or wrong answer. It might just be the case you just flip a coin and just decide you're going to go for it this time or not. Makes the call.
Makes the call, and that changes the dynamic in this heads-up battle. That puts Arian Kashani back ahead by a significant margin. It's 26.6 million. Playing 11 million, with a difference in prize money of around 75k. And a lot of people, by the way, talking about why no deal was agreed. What was the problem, guys? We've seen so much variance. We've seen so much, how so much can change hand to hand, and why they didn't want to lock up a significant slice of money. But for some reason, they just couldn't come to an agreement.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a real back and forth, and I think the heads-up match has been so evenly matched despite card distribution. If you take that out, I think we have 2 opponents that are actually very equally matched. And the skill is just shown through, not only in the heads-up, James, but all the way throughout this final table. These 2 came to play. We've seen them before. These 2 came to play in Cyprus, let's not forget.
Yeah.
These guys showing up, making final 20 in both. In fact, making final 15, excuse me, in Cyprus, both of these guys. And now it really comes down to moments like that. Huge calls for huge money, and we're playing for all the jewels now. And here we go, James. King, queen on the button. Obviously, we need to take a look at what the effective stack is here, because Phil will be considerably shorter now after that exchange.
So he's playing around, what, 22, 23 big blinds?
Yeah. And king, queen at this stack depth can go either way. It's going to be close to a 50-50 raise and or call.
So we are still playing 200, 500, and it is a raise to $1 million. The Grafton for Phil Joyce, 10-9 suited, 10-9 of strawberries.
Yeah, this is a hand we need to play. No, did he say all in?
He does.
Wow.
He shoves with the 10-9 suited, and that's a call. And Arian gets it in good here with the advantage, with the chip lead, and this could be it. And if king-queen holds, Arian Kashani, who's had the chip lead from the start of this final table, could close it out and could be named the champion of the UKIPT Nottingham main event.
Chip leader at the start. Will he be chip leader at the end?
Live cards. And there is a 9 on the flop. That gives Phil the advantage, and now he is a 3-1 favorite to double up. 4 clubs on the turn, and that gives Arian a ton of outs. Kings, queens, and clubs all working for him. 14 cards he can hit. The river is a club.
Wow.
That's the queen high flush, and that is victory for Arian Kashani. They finished the same way round they finished in Cyprus, where it was 12th and 11th. Here in Nottingham, it's 2nd and 1st, but Philip Joyce is the runner-up. He gets £126,000. Arian Kashani has taken down the UKIPT Nottingham main event. He'll get the title trophy and first prize of £201,900.
Incredible stuff, and he's got to be so pleased with this performance, James. To come in as the chip leader and then grind it out all the way to a victory feels so good. And what a massive field in Nottingham and a huge score. Absolutely no deals. 200K plus in the bank. Let's take it home.
Congratulations to both players. I think it's fair to say the top three, very early on, they identified themselves as the three most talented players at the final table. Chris Brammer, easily the best known, easily the most accomplished. He bowed out in third. Philip Joyce and Arian Kashani, who we both got to enjoy watching play in Cyprus a month ago, got to heads up. And we did see the chip lead change, Nick. We saw the chips get back to even. We saw the aborted deal negotiations. And then we saw Arian close it out. So not quite wire to wire at the final table, but crucially, the guy who came into the FT as the biggest stack was the winner.
That's right, and he's got to be really proud about that performance. And look at that trophy as well, absolutely stunning. Thank you once again to everybody at DTD for helping us to put this on. Not just the dealers, not just the staff, also the people behind the bar and everybody taking care of us. It's been an absolutely beautiful couple days out here in Nottingham, and honestly, quite the event. It was just mammoth, and what a big undertaking. Congratulations to PokerStars for an event like this. It looks great, and I'm pleased to be a part of it.
Absolutely huge thanks to our hosts here at Dusk Till Dawn, the home of UK Poker. Special thanks to Glenn and Derek for helping facilitate this live stream, all the crew working on this live stream production today. And thank you to you for watching. A reminder that you will get to see live coverage of EPT Prague before the end of the year on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. We will start streaming from Wednesday, the 11th of December, with the last 5 days of the main event. But that's it from the UKIPT for 2024. That's it from DTD. For Nick Walsh and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Nottingham.